Hey guys, and welcome to Little Black Book 91. I don't know what's going on with my camera, but we're here to give you guys a live on Ready to Love. Yes, the latest episode was kind of crazy, was it not? Yes, it was. And we're going to give you guys a show talking obviously about the latest episode. It was a couple of things that were interesting. We had obviously Jefferi and her situation. We had obviously as well Mercedes and Marc Anthony, who was chosen by the friend. We had Jefferi and Cynthia, and they chose Cynthia. They also had as well Anthony and Cynthia, Mercedes and Symone, and again Cynthia won once more. So clearly, there's certain people out here who are more favored than others. I'm not sure, So let me just adjust my camera because it wants to play funny with me. But we're looking forward to a good show here. Super panel. Want to hear your thoughts as well today, guys, as well. I'm going to bring this light here. I don't know what the hell is going on with this light. Okay, I don't know what's going on with this light. And don't worry, the thing behind me. I have to hang up one of my thingies. Don't worry about it. All right, listen. Let's get into the conversation. And let me drop the link down below. I know a couple of people wanted to enjoy, this as well. Listen. We'll leave the music behind a little bit for a little while. Okay, cool. So my initial thoughts on this episode, before I get everyone else on, let me put the link in the chat. My initial thoughts on the episode. Can I be honest with you? Morgan's situation, I don't know what Lyndon's thinking about. Brother, it's over. Lyndon, it's over. If there's a red flag at all, but the fact that you're asking what size a red flag is, we need to leave that alone. Okay, we need to leave that alone. All right. If there's a red flag, brother, you don't need to ask how big the red flag is. It's a red flag, nonetheless. Okay, that's the first and foremost thing. And then obviously as well, we had Cynthia, Jefferi, and Andre. Let me tell you something about Andre, and when I release my videos tomorrow, you'll see Andre wanted it to be Jefferi. But his friend said, "Oh no, oh no, no." The friend was like, "No, it's Cynthia." But he really wanted it to be Jefferi. So he started making excuses saying, "Oh, but she was too fast to answer the question. She was too assertive." Look, let me be honest with you. Andre, I'll say this, right? I think Cynthia's situation with the baby daddy, I think Cynthia's energy might be a little bit too assertive for Andre. I think Andre lacks the kind of softness of Jefferi, same as Marc Anthony. There's a reason why Marc Anthony likes that as well, because I think there's something about Jefferi that portrays this kind of femininity and softness. Do you know what I mean? Clearly, because in this situation, both Marc Anthony and Andre were defending Jefferi hard. I mean hard. Yeah, Jefferi said he wants a meek woman. And can I be honest with you? And I'll do it in my review as well. Can I be honest with you? Let me be real with you. I think Cynthia's great. But I told you guys already, yeah. Mandem really don't want to wait for you to become feminine because of me. You should already be in your feminine already. I know some of you are going to say, the right man will make me feminine. I need you to be feminine already. Okay? I need you to be in that space already. Okay? Now, I think we can all agree that Jefferi's femininity is a little bit forced. Okay? But she has that softness. I'm not going to lie. I don't personally like it, but you know what I mean? A lot of guys we just want to chill. And I get that. And that's why I understand where Andre is coming from. I don't agree with it, but I understand where he's coming from. So, so that's why I understand. And you know what? Let me make this last point about Cynthia. Her baby daddy is a problem. And I'll tell you why he's a problem. The reason why her baby daddy is a problem is because Cynthia has known him for almost an entirety of her life, since they were 12. So they don't even, it's not just a baby daddy. This is a friend. This is somebody really close. I'm sorry, there are too many chess pieces on the board. If I'm a man, I'm going to tell you straight, I'm sorry, I can't deal. Because you've known him since you're 12 and he just tried to grill me like I'm a dickhead. Yeah, I need you to back off. You know what? I get it. I get it. You want to protect your mother of your kids, but yeah, you're doing a lot, and it's making me think. You know what I mean? It's making me think. You know. So for me, yeah, that's yeah. That's not it at all. Okay, cool. And I'm probably sure that the baby daddy has probably messed up a few things in the past as well. Oh, Symone exposed Jefferi. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Okay. Wait. Do I need to watch it? Okay. Shoot. Let me go to stages, ages and stages before people come on the show. Let me get ages and stages up. Let's see what it says. I've been talking about it bare like the first few minutes of what happened. Let's look at this. Okay, let's watch ages and stages. They're gonna talk about this. Okay, we're gonna watch it together. Okay, guys. No, I'm not gonna watch it. We're gonna watch it together before we start the super panel because clearly there's something going on that you guys are telling me. And then obviously as well, I think watching obviously Marc Anthony, Mercedes, and watching Marc Anthony, Mercedes, and Jefferi. When Jefferi said obviously that her last guy didn't have kids, I said, so the last guy didn't have kids. Ooh, baby. So why didn't he come to the show? The last guy didn't have kids. Oh, was that the one that she had kids for? A gift for? Is that the one she's talking about? Maybe. I wonder. Let's see. Anyway, let me try and see this thing. This thing must have been powerful because the way you lot are talking about it. Let's have a look. Because you lot are talking about it like it was something. So let me just see. Let me see the way you lot are talking about it before we get the panel on and stuff. Let's see what it's saying. All right, issue.
We want to start off this week by.
No, we don't. We don't want to start off.
I wanted to start off by a comment that Miss Jefferi had left below our last video.
Oh, my computer doesn't want this up, boy. Hold on.
All right, that's fine.
What's up, family? Welcome to another episode of Ages and Stages. I am your host, Rashid, and my beautiful co-host and fiance,
Symone.
And we're reviewing Miami. Yeah. Show that Miami. I don't know, but it'll be in the description.
Let's see.
Correct.
Symone?
All right, so we want to start off this week by.
No, we don't. We don't want to start off this week.
I wanted to start off this week by addressing a comment that Miss Jefferi had left below our last video. And I'm going to read it to you guys, and then I'm going to respond to it because I feel like it's important that if any cast member, takes the time to watch even a snippet of our videos and has something to share, I think it's important that you guys get to hear from their perspective too. So here we go. We're going to read it. I'm going to respond to it. And Rashid, you're going to add whatever you think, right, babe?
Yes, babe.
Okay. So Jefferi left the following, and I'm going to read it in Jefferi's voice because it's better that way. Symone, how dare you spread false information about something you know nothing about, especially when it involves children. You should know better. But then again, degrees do not give you common sense, and she would know because she has 2 of them for the University of Phoenix. Okay. A decent woman that's a part of this franchise would have at least sent me a message directly with your questions. I could care less about the fans because they are fans. I am grateful for them, but you... Ma'am, first, I was married to my high school sweetheart of 12 years, and even if I wasn't, what are you even trying to say? Black men, every day they walk away from their children, married or not. Black men are just she didn't add that part, but I'm reading it. If you think that being married to someone will prevent you from being abused or cheated on or walked out on because they are too weak to handle their responsibilities, then you are the one that needs therapy, ma'am. My children went through so much trauma that I won't repeat it at this moment, but in due time I will. And when I do, please don't try and apologize and create a glass eye then. Why do you think the men still, with all that you claim are baggage that I have, why do they still see me as a wife? It's because I am. Your husband seems absolutely amazing because your spirit is despicable. disgusting. And it shows. You over here trying to get views off of someone's innocent children's lives as the topic. I am so glad that I didn't
I
walk
know
away
she's
from my
crying.
children just because I didn't have the presence of the fathers. You suck. I am the sweetest thing on earth, but you ticked me off mentioning my children week after week.
My God.
Let's go. End scene. All right, babe.
I got nothing. Just
Okay, are you ready to parse this down? Okay. Well, first of all, thank you for taking the time to watch and provide this soliloquy.
please
God damn.
Yeah, do that first.
So,
and
Lord.
join our membership community if you'd like. Anyone else, you're
I'll do
welcome to join. We'll be showing ready to wed info, and we're going to be talking about more of the wedding, and you'll see some of that stuff. You may continue.
Absolutely. All right, so we're gonna kind of just parse this through real quickly. Then we're gonna go to, our reaction as we usually do. So the first thing that I have to address is she says that I'm spreading false information. I think the false information that she's referring to is how I specifically referenced the fact that she had all 3 of her children prior to being married. And she has said she was with, she actually married her high school sweetheart of 12 years. So we're going to start there. First of all, that's lie number 1. You were trying to give the impression that you were married and that therefore you guys plan your pregnancies together and that this was like a long-term decision. Lie number 1. Here's why.
Whoa, you got no cards?
Oh, yeah. Oh, you guys. Yeah, I ran a background check. I used my software, but then I also used my investigative specialist because I was fully prepared to give an apology. But then when I realized it was full of lies, I said, well, I can't do that to the viewers. That
So
would
then
be
now
wrong.
you're in attorney mode? Is this the jury? Are you giving?
It's not a jury, but I just have to.
Turn your, you can't even turn this off.
No,
You got
I
no.
Wait. Before I go any further, first and foremost, let me just say this. I don't want to hear any castmate ever come for me when you get this treatment from Symone. I'm so sorry. The castmate should never, ever in their life ever come for me. Because me, I'm nice. This, this is a drag. This is what you call a drag. Me, I'm just talking about behavior. She has gone to the history and dragged you. Listen, no cast member should ever complain about me doing the work I do. Me, I try to help people see the behaviors and how to change it. But y'all getting dragged by Symone, I don't want to ever hear them complain again. Okay, let's continue. Because I don't want to hear people complain about me again. Okay? They better not complain about me.
And then research?
I do have no cards.
This is not trial.
I do. Because I was prepared to straight up apologize if I was wrong. I thought that she had actually been married. But the truth of the matter is she wasn't. And what she's trying to imply, right, is that she was married to the guy she was with for 12 years. No, she wasn't. In fact, she wasn't at all. In fact, I know this because my investigator pulled it up. You were not married back in 2012, the first time the 2 of you together were evicted, and you weren't married back in 2018, the second time the 2 of you together, you and the second time that you guys were evicted. But what is true is this: you have run around trying to make it as though it's okay. And the records that we have, the records actually that were submitted to Ready to Love, mention nothing about you ever being married. When we sat down one-on-one, you never referenced being married, including you made a statement. It looks like this was an edited one, but you actually, the original statement that you left, you stated that I should have called you and spoken to you first before making any statements. That's not how this works. He and I, we don't watch the show in advance. We sit down together and we make our responses. And my response was in response to the fact that when I sat down with you, he and I, we met you on the very first day, you never referenced being married. Do you remember her referencing being married?
I don't remember.
No, she never did. However, I have heard that you have told some people after the fact that you had an annulment. Even then, if you've had an annulment from the 12-year guy, what that means, annulment means we were never married. In fact, it means you went to the court and you said, this is so insignificant, Your Honor, that we want you to annul this so that the world would know we were never actually married. So you don't get to change this up now. But here's what really matters. The point of my commentary last week, and I just want to clarify, it wasn't anti-single mom. This was about a particular woman who happens to be a single mom who didn't want to take any sense of accountability for how she got there. Now, I absolutely understand and recognize that you can be in situations where men mislead us and they give us only a portion of the facts that they want us to have us then commit to either them or to starting a family. Understood. But my point was, after it happened to you the first time, that would be a time to do something a little bit different. Maybe do a deeper dive, a deeper inquiry before you have the second child. Or the third child. None of that. Now we're going to go into lie number, I think at this point we're at lie number 3. On the show, you stated that your child's father, the one you were with for 12 years, hadn't seen your or hadn't participated in your kid's life for 6 years. Again, that's a lie. Because once again, like I said, together you guys were living and you were evicted in 2012. And then you were evicted again in 2019, in Cuyahoga County, where you're from. Together that happened. But then also, what's really important to note is you lied on the show. You said you were with the father of your 2-year-old. Happy birthday. Her birthday's going to be on the... That's great. That you were with him for 3 years. That too was a lie. Because even if we take your I had an annulment story, that annulment would have been around 2020. Well, in 2021, you had to file a petition for paternity because the recipient of your gift didn't seem to want it very much now, did you?
Skirt. I gotta stop. First of all, that's a lot.
All right. Okay. I can summarize.
Hold on.
Go, baby.
What I'm trying to say is, are you saying there was a paternity test for which?
The youngest, the 2-year-old, the one that was born in the third child, the gift.
Okay, the gift. So, if that is true,
it is true. It was filed 22.
I'm sorry.
On of 2022. Jefferi filed a paternity petition to establish paternity because he didn't sign the birth certificate.
So how's it? How you? That's you get to somebody, you have to do a paternity. Okay.
I'm not sure either. My point is this: your relationship with him was so new, he didn't feel like he knew you well enough. He also knew that you were getting out of either the common law relationship or the annulment or whatever it was. But it had been less than about a year, less than 2 years. We'll say less than 2 years from you, quote unquote, ending the relationship with dad number 1 and getting with number 2, such that he didn't feel comfortable he was the dad. So you had to file the paternity petition in order to get him to, one, acknowledge paternity and then to pay child support. I'm very proud of you for getting your due. That is what you need to do. And I am so glad that you got your past child support of over $12. Well, whatever it is. The point is this. What matters is we all make mistakes, but unless and until we're at a position in our lives when we can recognize, hey, there's something that I could have done a little bit differently, we're going to continue to make the same mistakes. And go ahead, baby. And in finale, this is what I really have an issue with. I have an issue with the fact that you said, quote, black men every day walk away from their children, married or not. Oh, what we're not going to do, what we're not going to do on my channel is make a statement like that without taking any accountability for yourself. You have chosen to start families with people who do not know you. So when they walk away, they are not necessarily walking away from your children. They very well might be walking away from you, the stranger that they do not know. And so that is what we have to address. And we are not going to label all black men. My final point with respect to that is the following. The statistics are clear that when men are married and their child is born within a marriage, men are 93% likely to continue a relationship with that child. But when you have a child out of wedlock, men are more so 70% likely to have a relationship with that child. So if your goal is to ensure that your children have a relationship with the fathers in the future, how about you stop having babies with boyfriends? Sweetie?
You don't call me sweetie. I am sweetie.
Anything you want to add, my love?
Hell no. I ain't got nothing to say. I ain't got nothing. All I want to say is sustain.
I love you. This is a good black man, and I have a lot of good ones in my life and in their lives. And I wish the best for you, and I hope that in your future relationships you have that. Speaking of, I want to end on a good note, which is this. One thing I never liked about Kevin Samuels and the way he used to talk to women and stuff is he would talk so ugly. So let's end on a positive note. I've been thinking about what kind of man do we think that a Jefferi, or who has 3 lovely children, who's single, but who wants a good guy in the future. Let's talk about what kind of guy would be good for them. I'm going to start. I'll let you go back.
You might as well. This is your mic.
Okay. What I'm thinking is this. I think that instead of being the Marc Anthony is cute, but you want to avoid the men who are out here wanting to be things like pilots. When I hear pilot, I hear, I don't want to be tied down. I hear, I want to see the world. That's not the man who has 0 kids who wants to then be tied down to raising your 3. Okay. But let's think about the man who would be happy to have your 3. So I'm thinking somebody over 40 who has probably at least 1 child, right? Where he sees you as an asset, which would be a situation.
Ooh, what about a widower?
Yes, that's what I said. Baby, that's what I was thinking. Widower. Somebody where you, Jefferi, because you said here that you are a wife and that's why they want you, where you can help turn his house into a home. Think of the holidays, right? You and your 3 kids and his 2 kids or whatever can be running around, playing with gifts on the Christmas holiday, decorating the tree, doing all of that. You know, he might need to be a little older. He might need to be like around 50. His might not work that good. He might take a little Viagra.
Oh,
What?
This is a family show.
His Peter Weeder might not work that good. You know, he might need a few pills like a Viagra, this or that, but that don't matter. You're young. You're in your 30s. They like saying they got them little young tender, okay? And the good thing when they're older like that, they got some good life insurance. He could go any day now, you know, any day.
Okay, so to your point, I said widower and you agreed. However, where's one to find a black man? If you want the black man widower, because there's not many out there.
Widower.com, or we go to widower.com.
There's an actual widower.com.
I thought so. Yeah.
No,
Oh my God.
Wait, okay, go ahead.
I think so. I can help you, girl. It's okay. I forgive you. You were wrong. But I can help you with that. But my point is, women, if you have to, let's stop dealing with those guys, especially if you have like multiple children, like 3. Don't worry about those guys who have 0. We don't even want food with them. We want somebody who's a homeowner, right? We want mineral rights. We want somebody who's got a house. You know, that way if you have to take it, you know, you got some place for your 3 kids and his +1 or whatever you're going to do together to go. Also, a widower is good because he might have cashed out on that woman's life insurance, but you got to make sure it wasn't under suspicious circumstances because you could be next.
Okay, so in conclusion, do you have anything else on your note card, counselor?
No, that's all I have. I wish you the best. And, it's all about accountability, self-awareness, and just learning from our choices so that we can make better ones for our kids in the future.
Okay. You remind me of...
I remind you of your G.
You remind me of a girl that I once knew. See her face whenever I look at you. Oh, blood. Wow. I don't even want to waste much time. I'm gonna get the panelists on because that was epic. You know what? After that, I expect Jefferi to take an interview with me because compared to what Symone's gonna give her, I think I'm gonna be easy. I think I'm gonna be easy because I don't do background check. I don't go into this to find out your background. I might ask questions, but that drag, I felt like she dragged Jefferi through the street, and then Jefferi held on my leg, and I got dragged with Jefferi. That's how I felt about that drag. It was epic. Jefferi, if you're watching this, listen, I'm just trying to get an interview. I ain't gonna lie to you, okay? I ain't gonna drag you like that. I might ask a few questions, but I ain't gonna drag you like that. Anyway, listen, if you're new to the channel, do me a massive favor. Back to the super panel on right now. Like it, share, subscribe, click on that bell button for the notifications of the uploads. We really appreciate you. Make sure you guys are liking the live. There's almost 500 of you guys in here. I'm exaggerating, it's more than 450, but we're getting to the 500. I'm prophesying. You know what I'm saying? All right. So I've got a few people behind the scenes, baby, who are ready to come onto the show. You already know this person. She always does it her way. You understand? She always does it her particular way. And then we have you guys fans' favorite handsome brother that you girls keep saying I should bring over to the US for you. You know who he is already. And then I got the spectacular, the most beautifulest, the tallest, the elegantest. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to bring some words. You know what I mean? You know who she is. You're gonna bring that level-headed wisdom to the table, baby. Okay, all right. You know what I'm saying? All right. So then with my panelists along the way, cway, JRJ, baby. What you lot saying, man? How you look there, man? I know who today.
Detective hat. I had to put my detective hat on,
Coming out looking like Sherlicka Holmes, okay, baby.
Yeah. Because my math was mathing last week when I was like, either your second baby daddy was a side piece or we lying about something.
Boy, Jefferi. See, what are you telling me? Fresh face, looking sweet as always. What are you telling me?
Hey, I missed some of that dragging, so you guys are gonna have to update me. But
baby, don't even worry about it. We update you, baby. Don't worry about it. JR, what are you telling me?
I'm all good. Good evening, people. Man, I nearly bought the chef hat, but I'm gonna leave the props today. I said I was gonna go there. So but
you know how you feel about Jefferi.
Man, how do I feel about her?
I'll ask you first, because you know that you and Jefferi, it doesn't come on this platform because of you, because you know what? You got personal vendetta against Jefferi.
No.
Talk to me.
I just put 2 and 2 together and didn't come up with the same answers everybody else had. So for me, like I kind of was doing timelines in my mind, but I had to keep it about the show and just go off based on what I saw. And I wasn't buying the facade, so that's all it was. I could kind of see that this girl is putting on I won't say an act, but she definitely was trying to elevate herself more than take accountability. And the way that she came across to some of the guys and some of the things she said about some of the guys, I kind of thought I should tread carefully before I believe all of that stuff. That's what it was.
I hear that. Jay, you obviously heard the dragon, and obviously, what's your thoughts to the news about Jefferi and the truths that apparently came out allegedly?
Listen, I ain't got Symone's pool, but please don't pull my stuff, Symone, child. Look, I might be surprised with some of the stuff she find on me. I'm like, what? I did that for real? Because she went all in the records. Like, I barely found the baby daddy. I found him, but Symone pulled it all up, and I thank her for it. Am I surprised? No, because even the voice is fake. And if you guys go to Sabrina's Soul channel, she even plays her voice, like her real voice, for a commercial or something she was doing. So it's just, I mean, it was something that's just too fake about it. I'm sorry. It was just too fake. It was just not adding up. And it's hard. And to put this whole episode in perspective, it's a lot of people are having trouble keeping up with the lie. There's a lot of people having trouble keeping up with their lies. So I don't know if production's just like pushing them to say some outrageous stuff, or they just feel like when the camera's on, let me just add a little zhuzh to it, and they be over the top with it. So I don't know. Production, y'all, casting directors over there, I'm not gonna blame production, because not all of y'all, but the people that's doing the casting, I don't know if we hiring the actors now or we just need to do better, but yeah. But kudos to her. She'll get her a voiceover gig later on, I guess, for children's book reading.
It's a political situation. Faye, you saw the dragon. What's your thoughts to the dragon, and also to the news about Jefferi? What's your thoughts of this?
I'm just not surprised at all. Also, hi to the panel. Love you guys. I be lurking in the comments sometimes, so it's cool to be on today. But yeah, I'm not surprised by any of it. I feel like she's definitely been presenting sort of this like fake masquerade type of thing. And most of you guys have kind of called it out, I think. So I didn't like the whole narrative about Black men walking away and this and that, like this whole like victim sort of thing. So the dragging was just, oh my gosh, it was a lot. But I think it needed to be done. So shout out to Symone. Thank you for that. That's all I have to say.
Sorry, I didn't realize my mic was off. Thank you. Yeah, obviously I know you didn't get to see all the dragging, but obviously the gist is Jefferi has been concocting some lies apparently, and cway, Symone has done her job and gone back and done background checks into her, and yeah, the marriages, yeah, there was annulments, there's evictions, there's children out of wedlock. Not to say that's anything bad about it, it's just the fact that she lied about it. She tried to play it like it was in the marriage, you know what I mean, and it wasn't in the marriage, you know what I mean. So yeah, Symone rightfully dragged her for that. So I wanted to get your kind of thoughts, like hearing this information, knowing that she is allegedly a lie, because I haven't done my own research. I'm going on based on what Symone has said, because I'm on, defamation suit. So, what's your thoughts?
I'll go. Well, I have to agree with one of the comments in the chat that Lydia A said, which is Sue-Ann was right. It seems like Jefferi is ready to lie. Remember she said that a few weeks back on the boat cruise when Jefferi confronted Sue-Ann about what she said to Blake when she gave him feedback. So yeah, listen, it's okay to paint yourself in a good light to a certain extent, but to go full on embellishment, and then to take a judgmental approach on other people, it kind of gives throwing stones and living in a glass house. So I think Symone should really consider doing background checks for the show to vet these people and make sure when they come onto the TV and we sit down and watch them every week, we're seeing authentic people coming on to find, love. Not saying that Jefferi isn't, but the way she's gone about trying to create her image goes against what the evidence actually is. So shout out to Symone for doing the homework. And I really think if Jefferi didn't comment what she did, then Symone wouldn't have, pulled her sleeves up and went to work. And there's a big difference between Symone and Advocate Sue, as we can see. Yeah. I would say I told you so, but I'm not even gonna say it.
Yeah, just
Go for
dead.
it, Jay.
You know, this just
Go
makes
for it,
me
Jay.
think. This just makes me think like, if the problem with Blake was a little bit more, and the problem with Symone was just a little bit more because of their jobs for real now. You know what I'm saying? Just because of, especially with Morgan and her history of looking up to see if she can get away with all kind of crimes and things, and this all kind of back having all kind of untruths about her background, and then coming to find out that Symone find out you have charges yourself and all these things. So, you know, I wouldn't, it's Blake would be blowing your cover if he's just one of those dudes you're afraid that he's gonna go into the men lounge, and start saying, hey, this is what I found out about him. But you know, he hasn't done that as far as we know, because they're still here. They're still on the show, regardless if they're here due to production or not. They're still here for whatever reason. But I just wonder if that's why they just had so much animosity and so much vitriol just trying to get him off the show. Because he would be a problem. It's like a detective on your case. Like, seriously, that would be a problem. I can't have you snooping around, being all in my business when I'm trying to commit crimes and get away with it.
I hear that. Faye, any other additions on that particular piece? No. Well, first and foremost, you know, obviously this coming out situation, it's unfortunate. You know, it's unfortunate. You know, I'd rather, you know, it didn't come to this. You know, I'd rather it didn't have to be a dragging, public dragging in the middle of the street, by Symone. But it does give us a bit more light in terms of some of the behaviors that we have seen already to love, that they're, especially within the ex situation, not bringing any of the exes. And I think this would also open up a question, you know, I think people should also take this as a wider scale issue too, right? Because I'm going to say something, and hopefully people to take it in the right way. Sometimes we're very fast to believe women and their stories when it comes to baby daddies. Okay, some people be telling stories saying that they don't want to see their kids, this and that, this and that. And sometimes there is, sometimes there's always a second side of the story. And that doesn't mean that the first truth is negated. It means that we should hear the other side. But I think from what we've heard from Jefferi, I think it just kind of proves that not everyone has got good intention and good faith when it comes to telling their side of the story. You know, these men didn't want to be with her or whatever. But it seems that the situations that she's talking about weren't long-term situations that she had the kids in, which is why I said it felt weird that, you know, suddenly you were 12 years in, then you had a kid, and it's just really weird how it planned out, and the father suddenly didn't want to see the kids no more when he had been doing it for 8 years. That's always weird. So yeah, I mean, to be honest, you know, it's a shame it's come to this, but you know what, Jefferi, if you're out there, listen, I'm ready to do an interview with you, and I'll be gentle, I promise. Okay, I'm only going to dig deep and just get your background and just see what the childhood traumas might be there. No, I'm just kidding. But no, in all honesty, like it's sad that it had to come to that. You know what I mean? But next time, know who you can mess with, because if you come around, you're gonna find out. And you said Symone is not the one. Okay, so you should have known Symone is not the one. You could have did it to me, and you would have got nothing from it. But you chose Symone. I mean, I don't know what y'all thinking. Symone is she gonna give it to you? Go on, JR.
Yeah, I've got to say, I agree with you 100%, because last week when they had the opportunity to bring the exes, right? Obviously, the story she concocted to get out of that, you know, I think because it's a game show and that was a requirement of the show, that could definitely have been a reason for her to fail that particular task and be sent home. Because what that does is it doesn't allow the people that know her prior to coming on the show to counter any of the things she's said about them, because she's referenced them. It's her story that we've been told about, but they don't have the opportunity to shed light on who she was, or even corroborate or dispel any of the things that she said. So it just created a narrative that was just all about what she painted, and that seems to be the theme with how she's acted on the show. She did the same thing with Blake, right? I'm not saying Blake didn't say what he said, but I'm saying we don't know. We're only going by what she said happened. He said it didn't happen, but she seems to me like the type of person that might embellish to make herself come out on top. And I said from ages ago, like this notion that, you know, she's here to protect all the women from guys like Blake and blah 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 blah. Yeah, you know, I just didn't buy it. But what it did was cast a cloud over Blake, and so she's done the same thing with these two baby fathers that she has. She's cast a cloud, so we think these guys have absconded from their duties. They're not interested in seeing the kids no more and all that other stuff. Maybe that's true, but you know, looking at the evidence that was just presented, going by what she said every week that we've watched, and if you really deep it and put it together, yeah, like it's too much of a one-sided narrative about her being, you know, the queen or all these other different things, the wife. You know, these are all trying to, maybe she's trying to speak positive affirmations, and hopefully one day it happens. But right now, from what we're seeing, no, it just comes across as a really concentrated effort to try and paint herself a certain way, and that is not what I'm seeing.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah,
was the reason why we mentioned that Symone mentioned her eviction, was that to prove that she got evicted with the first husband, and that there was no way that he could have not seen his kids for 6 years because they got evicted together?
Yes.
That's the point of that?
Yeah.
I'm so glad you guys sussed it, because I had no clue. I'm not gonna lie to you, I need to watch it again so I fully understand why certain information was mentioned, because I still didn't get it fully why she mentioned all that stuff. But I'm gonna watch it again and I'll understand. But if JR says yes, let's go with that.
Yeah, because I think the papers that were served at that particular time had both of their names on it, as if they were
okay,
at the time,
but not married. Okay, that makes sense.
So that was that was 2019, right? So that's only 4 years ago, not 6.
Okay.
Well, I mean, but we don't know. People could be evicted for lots of different reasons. We don't know when the last time he was actually there. I mean, to be fair, you know what I mean? Like if I'm on a house with a baby daddy, husband, or whatever, he could have left a while ago.
But then she would have been the one being evicted because he would have already left.
But he would have still been on the lease, though.
Not necessarily.
I mean, just because you leave, you're not taking off the lease. Is what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
If his name was still on the lease, then that could be a possibility. But it still means that he potentially could have had contact with his children around that time too.
Right. I mean, I guess I asked that question because I was trying to ascertain why Symone went as far as she went. I know we all know that. I shouldn't say we all, but I would say the consensus is that Jefferi has a lying problem and she's not being completely forthcoming, right? And I think most of us kind of agree to that. But the dragging of her, you know, on the show, to me was a little bit far. So I was trying to understand what information we were trying to get out of it. But if the eviction was to say that this man actually has seen his kids within a 6-year time frame and that's a lie, then I understand, you know, bringing that up. But as far as the new relationship with the baby dad, I mean, I don't care if he knew her for a one-night stand. If he's not in his child's life, that's still on him. But I do agree, though, to the point that at some point, if you're already in one situation, it's not smart to get into a very similar situation and then not take any accountability for your life as a single mom. I get that. But I guess as a lawyer myself, I wouldn't use my resources to drag somebody that already needs to go sit on the bench and heal. There's a lot of people I can drag. You know what I mean? Like I can get these names of these trolls in these comments and pull up all their crap. but that doesn't mean I should. I wouldn't. That's you know what I mean? So I don't know. I get what she was trying to do, but also I feel like Jefferi is already got some issues, you know what I mean?
I think part of it too is because Symone was saying how she sat down with them. Remember that they were on the show with them and they sat down with them. And this is stories that she's telling her. And on top of it, I think, I don't know, don't quote me. If you guys heard it on there, she came for Symone in the chats or something, in the comments or something. I'm not sure.
In comments, yeah.
Yeah, because I missed that part. But so it's just like, I sat down with you. I got to know you. You're telling me these stories. And now you're coming for me like these stories is the truth. And she even said I was prepared to apologize to her. But then upon my research, I found all of this. So you're coming at me this one way when you have these whole stories or whatnot. And it's not just, I'm seeing you on the screen and you're saying what it is. I met you in person and you sat down and told me whatever it is in my face. So you're playing in my face. So I think that's what some of it is. We know Symone will get on one, especially with people she know personally or whatnot, is that, you know, you're just not going to play with her like that. So I don't know.
I mean, then it is what it is. I mean, she sat down with her and lied to her face. If Jefferi go low, she want to go to hell, that's up to her. That's her right.
Shawn?
Yeah, I just have two quick questions on this topic. I know I'm coming in late, but where's the peace? You know, because a couple of episodes back, we heard about all the peace that Jefferi brings. So where's the peace? And now this episode, she talk about she's a full-fledged, dyed-in-the-wool believer. I'm just waiting to see the fruits of the spirit. That's all.
That's what you had to add, Shawn.
That's it.
he said they were
He had nothing to add in his card.
You know, I mean, listen, I think she mentioned eviction, someone put in the chat, because I think it proved that if they were doing a lease, then you would need to be renewed, which means you're seeing him. Because why would you be renewing the lease on the property with you? Do you know what I mean? Like, and if let's say he hasn't seen a kid, why would you trash him and say that he's not seen his kid when he's helping you renew the lease? Do you know what I mean? At least give a little bit of coverage, but you exposed him. So I think that's what she was trying to say, in the sense of that if he's signing the lease and you both are on the lease and you're renewing it, then either he's seeing the kids and seeing you, or he's paying for you to live in a house, and then you uncovered him in the thing talking about, oh, black men ain't looking after their kids. And I think that's why she decided to say that, which means in that particular instance, hey, if that's the case, why would you expose him on the show saying he ain't seen his kids, or he hasn't seen in the last 6 years or whatever. So you're not bringing him onto the show. So I think that's what she was trying to say. It's like, if it's renewed in 2012 and released in 2019, yeah, you probably gonna see him. So I know some people are saying obviously that you can renew your lease, but the reality is you're not sharing with somebody else. The reality is not sharing with a baby daddy who doesn't want the kid. Do you know what I mean? So you can renew the lease by yourself, and it could be every 3 years or even every 6 years if that's what it is. But would you renew the lease when your father of your kids doesn't want to see the kids? So you'd renew it, and then you'd expose him on a show, even though he's paying, I'm guessing probably either paying or probably he's left your name on it. Would you allow your name to be on it with someone else and you'd be paying all the rent? Doesn't make sense. Do you know what I mean? It again doesn't really make sense. You would either go it alone, or again, he's either seeing the kids or maybe he's just paying for the rent, something along those lines. But there's some form of contact. But yeah, it's unfortunate in that particular instance. That's happened. Who's opening the mic? Go for it.
Yeah. So is this the man? Because I didn't know all of this stuff had come up. So is this the dude that she gifted with a child? This is the one that there seems to be some inconsistencies here?
No, I think it's the first one, I think, isn't it? Because he's the one that hasn't seen his child for 6 years. The other one is quite recent. So I think it's the first guy. She wasn't married apparently. So, she did marry, but it was annulled. So which means it was within a few months, I'm guessing. And then, yeah, there's a lot that was in that thing. I have to go and watch it again and give you guys a proper breakdown. But
so it's just very ironic to me, right? And this is how, stuff comes to the light, and how people, this is projection. Cause y'all, y'all gonna tell us we projecting sometimes, but I gotta just, I don't know all the facts. I don't know what's true, but in the midst of all of this, there's a lot of drama, and it's just so unfortunate that at the end of the day, Jeffrey had a lot to say about Blake, and I'm not trying to be an advocate for him, but she had a lot to say about him. She roped in Morgan to, do some of the work too. And now it just seems like, there's inconsistencies here with her, where there's a little bit of untruths that are happening. And even I got a chance to watch a little bit of Marcy. Marcy did an interview with Chloe, and yeah, Marcy didn't know anything about this Blake narcissism, toxicity, mean spiritedness, you know? So I just, people living in glass houses should really be careful about the stones that they start throwing at other folks, you know? So it's just very, very unfortunate that all this stuff is coming out. I hate it, especially when there's kids involved. But, people got to be careful about what you say and how you start talking so negatively about other people. If your closet ain't clean, you might want to choose your words better.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, I definitely hear that, definitely hear that. Any other last thoughts on this part, and then we'll go into the actual episode and break down some of the couples there. Anyone else got last thoughts on this? Yeah. JR? JR definitely got some last thoughts. Go on, JR. JR has been saying this for weeks.
He's vindicated.
Listen, I have a huge weight lifted off my shoulders. But look, at the end of the day, this show allows people to, put forward their best selves in order to try and meet and greet these people that they've never met before and try and form connections, right? And if you're doing it in a way where it's already starting off with deceit or lies or untruths or embellishment and all these other things, rightly so, it's going to get called out and found out, right? So again, this is vindication in a way, but I'm gonna caveat that by saying, look, it's not like I don't dislike the person. All I'm saying is the way that she presented in this dating environment is not conducive to the way that I think relationships need to start off. That type of personality who's ready to embellish and throw people under the bus and lie and all these other different things, it's not going to bode well going forward if you're doing that at this early stage. All right, shouldn't be doing it anyway. But like if it was a guy doing this, we would be going in on him too. All right, look at what she said about Blake. Everybody's been piling in on Blake based on her testimony as to what happened off camera during a conversation. All right. So that's where people painted their narrative of how he is, first of all. So it doesn't matter anything about what he said after that. The picture's already been created. Now, when we're seeing this exposed now, then surely we have to give the same energy to Jefferi, who's actually been proven to be doing some of this stuff on camera, and then, fabricating things or exaggerating things or leaving bits out. That's her prerogative, but this is the consequence of doing it.
Okay. Question that I'm asking, it's still in alignment with this, I guess. Does this vindicate Blake then? So does this vindicate Blake? Or rather, should I say, should we be looking at the situation between Blake and the two in question, specifically Morgan and Jefferi, in a whole different light? Because there was spit put upon his name by Morgan and Jefferi, and then it spread through word of mouth, also to Jonique, and etc. So, does this vindicate Blake? Do we have to look at Blake differently, maybe, or we're still gonna keep Blake in the same position as we have held him previously? Let me get you guys' thoughts. Who's willing to take it? Huh? Perfect,
I'll
John.
just say quickly that, look, at the end of the day, Morgan herself admitted that she never actually dated Blake. She never actually interacted with him because she didn't feel she needed to, based on what she heard from Jefferi. That colored her view. And then when she went to eviscerate him on that one-to-one that they sat down and had, there was no intention of getting to know him or date him either. She was carrying over what she was fed, and then that formed her an opinion. And as we've already seen, Morgan has revealed some things about herself too. So she's added her personality to the information she's heard, and that came up. That manifested into a severe dislike for Blake at the time, right? So, listen, we've heard about Nairgate. Imagine what she would do if she ever ended up with a man like Blake. Like, it'd be even worse. So, yeah, Jefferi's views definitely spread through the group, and that probably alienated Blake from the get-go. But he doesn't seem bothered. He doesn't really seem to care. As long as he's got his one connection, his single solitary connection saving him every week, he don't care.
So I just want to say, like, I don't know if it necessarily vindicates Blake, but I will say that he deserves like the benefit of the doubt, and his actions haven't really shown us like any super red flaggy things. I feel like Jefferi and Morgan both have the personalities that if they like write you off, they're really going to make it known, like, to everyone that they can't stand you. They're going to turn everyone against you. And I feel like Morgan did that. Jefferi did that. They kind of have those personalities, which makes me feel like, you know, that could be a little insight to their past, especially Jefferi's with, you know, kind of her relationships and maybe why the men might not want to be around. There could be some other, you know, situations. But I think people that kind of display those behaviors tend to alienate, you know, people that they don't like. And they've both kind of teamed up together to do that to Blake. To me, it seems like Sue has a decent judge of character, and I don't think she would be advocating as hard or going as hard for Blake if he was that bad. Not saying he's great, but I think he deserves a second look and not to be written off as like some horrible guy.
Definitely hear that. Shawn?
Yeah, I mean, someone said it in the chat, and I think, you know, two things can be true at the same time, and I would agree with that. I just don't know that I've seen enough evidence to the claims that both of them were making, right? So I think sometimes we, you know, somebody does something that we don't like, or that we don't like somebody, and we have an option to either just move on or go full tilt. And I think Jefferi went full tilt. And there have been several people, and this is, you know, that were part of the cast, that have come out and said, hey, listen, you know, we haven't experienced that. Morgan Holmes self said she really hasn't direct experience, and we saw how Blake acted, you know, when she was extremely aggressive with him. So to me, I think we got to go off what we see. You know, now I can't speak for his past and what he's done in his past, because I don't know about that. But from what we've seen up to this process, I haven't seen somebody that is toxic, that's a cancer, you know, a malignant cancer. You know, I haven't seen that. And that's unfortunate to put on somebody that really you just might not like, or maybe you two had a difference of opinion, right? But to talk down so badly about them, you know, is unfortunate and not nice. And then the triangulation of it all to, you know, really try to isolate him like, you know, he is the villain and you are the victims. And I think even when it comes to, you know, her voice, you know, feed me like a baby, all of those things are, she's always placing herself in the place of a victim, you know, or somebody that, you know, is the damsel. And that to me is not somebody that is genuine. It's somebody that's putting on, and it's a bit of an act. So I want to know, who's the real Jefferi? Let the real Jefferi stand up, because I think we've seen a representative. And it's unfortunate that if you can't be your true self, and you look to take down others. She couldn't find not near one ex to bring on this show, and we can all, doubt that actual event is a valuable part of the process. However, she couldn't find one. That, to me, who's the common denominator? Now she's having it out with Symone for who knows what and God knows why. But now her and Symone are having some beef and things are coming out. So I got to say the common denominator is her. And I think we need to give, this guy a little bit more grace and not just take her opinion and her words so heavily.
Go for it, cway.
I think to say that he's vindicated means that anybody really 100% believed Jefferi or Morgan. I think Morgan got a lot of flack for her malignant cancer kind of diatribe. And I think Jefferi's comments were more up in the air. I think people are a bit more conflicted with Jefferi. So is he vindicated? I guess for those who 100% believed everything that they were saying. I never thought that Blake showed a malignant cancer vibe. I think the problem is that on every season we have to find a villain. And the only villain that we really have on this season, or the closest one that they can find, outside of Jefferi, to be honest, because she's the real villain, is Blake. And I think they're trying to like fit a square in a circle, what is it, square and peg hole, whatever it is. They're trying to make Blake the villain thing happen, and I'm not sure I don't think it's really stuck with anyone. It hasn't stuck with me. What I would say is that Blake is dry. Blake is not my type of person. And Blake just doesn't show people attention that he's not moved by. I think a lot of women who need attention and crave attention take great offense to people like Blake who don't show them attention and act like they don't exist or act like they're just not there or irrelevant. When in reality, is that rude? Maybe, but he's really just acting like he just don't care about you one way or the other. And if you crave attention, you're going to take deep offense to that. So that's what I'm noticing. The people who are most offended by Blake or Morgan and Jefferi need lots of attention, and they're probably mad that Blake doesn't show them any attention. Like he's kind of just like unmoved by them. But I don't think that calls for calling him a malignant cancer. You can definitely say he shouldn't be on the show. He's dry. He's blah. He only likes Sue-Ann. I don't even believe he likes Sue-Ann. You could say all that. But I think they took it a little bit too far. Especially Morgan. Morgan more than Jefferi, for sure. But Jefferi kind of started it. So.
No, I definitely hear you. I do think it's interesting with this situation, and I'll come to Jay after. I think this is. I do think maybe the word vindication might be a strong word, but I definitely feel like I'm definitely looking at the Blake situation with even more scrutiny now, because both people who are, it feels like I'm in a court of law. It feels like I'm in a court of law, and the people that are accusing the person have suddenly come up with character issues that now are making me look at them going, guys, I don't know how we're going to prosecute this other person, because they're looking real shady right now, and it's hard to almost look at Blake as the person who did what Jefferi said in the very beginning. That's not to say that I think his personality is definitely dry. It's like he said, if I like you, I like you. If I don't, I don't. And I think that can be very painful for some people, especially those who suffer with the aspect of rejection, as well, who don't take rejection very well. So I think, of course, we know he said the conversation with Morgan, and it was a little insensitive. Did that mean that the energy that she gave to him was the right kind of energy? No, not even close. Now I have to listen. Now I have to think about what Jefferi said about him saying, who's your last top pick or whatever, blah, blah, blah. I have to look at it deep and go, well, sis, you're willing to lie on your baby daddies. What makes you think that I'm going to believe you not lying on Blake? You know what I mean? Especially when you put a battery in someone else's pack as well. Morgan, and then you and Morgan, and then out here spreading the information to other women before they even get to even meet Blake. Then now I've got to look at it like, and Janique's issue with Blake was, again, he didn't try to get to know her. right? So, and then that was compounded with the information that she heard from the girls that made her not like Blake. Now, what I would say is, I think Blake is a little bit arrogant. I think he is a little bit arrogant. I think he's got a little bit of an air to himself, and that probably has alienated him. Because just from my understanding, the boys don't F with him and the girls don't F with him. But not because he's necessarily bad. He's just arrogant. He's just got an arrogant flair to him. He's got a prideful flair to him. And that we can take on and say, yeah, if that's the case, he's got a prideful, arrogant self about him. But other than that, he's not this malignant cancer. He's not this abuser. He's not this kind of, do you know what I mean? And we have to look at it differently. Do you know what I mean? So in that case, you know, I think we do have to take some things back. I know some people really want to make Blake an enemy, but you are running on little to no evidence. I think that's what the key thing is with Blake. There's literally little to no evidence. You know, and many people were saying, you know, I know a Blake before. I know a Blake. I've met a Blake before. And it's like, I know that you may have gone through something where something similar might have happened. But in this particular case, based on the evidence, we can't see it. Okay, we haven't been presented with any information that speaks to that particular thing that you want us to see about Blake. I get it. I understand. I feel you. You know, in that case, and I get it. You know, but other than that, in the show, we haven't seen that. Yes, the ex said he was an abuser, but let's say he's changed. Let's say potentially if he has changed, because what we saw on the show doesn't give me abuser vibes. That's what I'm saying. Before you go, cway, Jay's got to go, and then you can go after cway. Go for it, Jay.
I mean, I really don't have to say much, so cway can go, because my stance is still where it was before, neutral. Like I wasn't far off the rail with him, and I'm not jumping off on Jefferi's boat when she says this just because he said one bad thing at the beginning of the show and hasn't said anything since. He's an honest, like, as far as we've seen, he's a straight up honest person to who he is. Is he telling the 100% truth? Probably not. But for what he wants and who he is, he's been telling the truth to these ladies, whether it's good, bad, or ugly. They get nothing out of it and they don't like it. They want the pleasures trees of Tony, the charm of Tony and all these things. They want to be lied to and told fairy tales and what we're going to do and all this stuff. And Blake is not with any of it. Do I believe he likes to win? No. Do I believe Jefferi was probably more of his type? Yes. But he not for all that BS and all that in between that comes with it. So he not going to play these games with him. So if him being not so charismatic or charming to the ladies makes him rude, he's okay with it. So to me, it's like, fine. I didn't see him telling no lies. I didn't see him doing anything. And when he did address the situation with Jefferi, nothing was said. In that moment, nothing was said. In any other moment when she had to address the situation, nothing was said. So I have nothing to go on still to accuse this man of anything. Even when you guys come out with his exes and their stories, we know that a lot of times some of these stories do be true, but a lot of times as soon as these people get on TV, everybody out the woodworks come out saying this, that, and the third. Now, if the ex want to go ahead and put up a record or a mugshot or something like that, then fine. Put up the restraining order, fine. But there's still nothing to go with right now. It's just word of mouth. And so I have to treat it like a situation. I do not know this man until I meet this man and he showed me something different. It is what it is. Now, Jonique is the only one that I can kind of halfway listen to, even though she came in with a predetermined judgment on him based off of the other ladies, but she did give him a shot. And he kind of fumbled in that. We all seen that. We seen how he acted in that. And I told you guys last week, the way he acts is, he is annoying in a relationship. If I got to ask you a question, you ask me a question back just to get to a specific answer, that's annoying. But other than that, that's all he's been, is a very annoying person. You don't have to talk to him. You don't have to do the extras with him. And you don't have to call him a malignant cancer just because he's not paying you attention. He can be all kind of red flags, but let him be a red flag somewhere over there floating in the wind. You don't have to be in his face. These ladies consist on being in his face for more than half the beginning of the season. So I'm still neutral with it. Do I care? No, I'm still trying to find a real relationship right now on this real show. So here we are.
You're muted, Kojo.
Sorry, go for it, cway.
I only want to add is I do want to say that although I stick by what I said, Blake to me comes off when he's, and I'm not going to give off here he say she say. I'm talking about what I've actually seen on the show. He comes off very condescending and belittling, and I give my example I give because I don't want to give he say she say is the way he talked about Morgan wanting a kid. You know, that statement about you know, Morgan wants a baby daddy from anybody. I don't remember what he said exactly. And then also his date with Jonique was very belittling and condescending. So all I'm saying is if he's doing that behind the scenes and being that condescending and belittling, is he all the things that Morgan said? I still say probably not. I still stick by the fact that I think people are more mad the fact that he won't pay them any attention. I stick by all of that. But I won't go as far to say there's no evidence of what he's doing. I do think that he has shown severe signs of being extremely condescending. And I think for highly intelligent people, when you talk about people like Jonique who are very educated, I don't think they take lightly to people talking down to them. It may not offend everybody the same way, but for me, if I was on a show with Blake and he's talking down to me, I'm gonna peep that. Now, maybe you're super educated, but you're live and let live, and Blake doesn't bother you like Sue-Ann. Or it's a means to the end. Fine. You're okay with it? Cool. Or maybe he's not being condescending to you. Cool. But I do want to note that I did notice that. And I guess that falls in the bucket of not knowing how to talk to people. But he does well, there's an interview with Jonique. She has multiple degrees and she's quite educated. She has a very amazing business. I know she may not come off like that, but that's, you know, that's a lesson that we can't always judge a book on, you know, on its cover.
I say cway, but if that's the way we're judging them on, then we all guilty of that. Like we all guilty of being rude to people from time to time. We're all guilty of being probably condescending to somebody at time to time. We just happen to watch him in a bubble do it to multiple people. But if we really calculated how many people we go through our day interacting with, how many of those people we probably were rude to. And I'm not trying to just like take up from, but we're probably all guilty of that. If we was place all of our interactions in a bubble, for the most part, especially with us and our coworkers at work. I'm sorry, I'm speaking about mine. Okay, but yeah, but you know, like I would be rude as hell at my job. Like seriously,
rude. All of us have been rude to each other. That I can tell you.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about just to each other like that.
But what
strangers.
has he done that was so condescending? I don't understand.
I gave the one example that I saw, the way he was talking about the Morgan and her wanting to have a kid by anybody. That to me.
But that's extremely condescending. He said,
in my opinion, that was extremely condescending. In my opinion, that was.
Well, I think then that's when it comes down to opinion. So that's why we just have to be careful, because it was just an insensitive remark where he said she's willing to have kids by any means necessary, you know, and that's his opinion of her. So was it rude? Was it that, you know, could he have chosen better words? Of course. But I don't see how that maligns his character and just makes him like the worst person in the world. We've heard worse things.
Well, that goes back to your opinion. You're saying that's his opinion, that's her opinion, that he's all of those things. I mean, we're settling down on opinions. My opinion
so that's what I'm saying.
That's condescending.
So that's what I think. That's what we just have to be clear. It's not like we can point to anything at this moment and say we've seen something that really stands out and that's glaring. It's just our opinions or our feelings about something, because there's no direct evidence. And similar to even to what Jay said, we all cut people off. We all are rude sometimes or dismissive. You know, that doesn't make us enough to get all, you know, people all worked up and call us malignant cancers.
But glaring is opinion. What's glaring to you may not be glaring to me. When we start minimizing stuff based on opinions, we're all going to go down a rabbit hole. So for you, that's not glaring. For me, that's glaring.
But it's still your opinion.
And so it's him being a malignant cancer is her opinion. That's what I'm trying to say. Like
correct, but but certain things that you say, cway, when you make bold statements and calling somebody a malignant cancer, you have to have evidence to just say that. You can't just run around and say, well, it's my opinion that somebody's a malignant cancer.
I'm
You
saying
have to
that's
have
her
things to
evidence.
back up.
That's her evidence, though. You see how
It's
we're going
what?
in circles? Like we're
No.
literally going. I can disagree
Yeah, but
that I don't believe that
the
he's a malignant cancer.
right, but the one thing is the way when people state something, they state it as a fact. Those comments, when Morgan made the comments, when Jeffrey made her comments about Blake, they stated them as fact. When we're talking now, we have to be careful, like, oh, from what I see and what I observe, this is what I see, right? But when we stand on a fact and we're trying to say, oh no, I can see this person's character, when we don't have enough evidence to say anything about their character directly, it's just our perceptions.
We don't know, though, what she's seeing. All we know is what we're seeing on these short clips of a show every week. So honestly, we really can't tell her what she's seen. All we can say is that from our opinion, we haven't seen enough to say that Blake is a quote unquote malignant cancer. I can agree. I haven't seen enough based on what I've seen on this show that he's a malignant cancer. But even calling him a malignant cancer is an opinion. And it's not even defamatory because it's not even actually saying anything. You're not actually saying that he's a robber or a rapist or anything that's actually defamatory. You're saying that you believe that he's a malignant cancer.
Now, see where you just talked about minimizing earlier. We all know that to call somebody a malignant cancer is very caustic and it could be damaging to the person's reputation, right?
Agreed.
So let's not minimize the malignant cancer word
not
and say it can't.
minimized.
Well, you just did. You just
I said
when
it's
you-
not
when you
actually
expl-
something that's defamatory,
but-
like
but
something that
that's
you can go
minim-
to court
but
about and
that-
say
That
this
is
thing.
minimizing it because
It's not
you're saying,
minimizing. It's called separating. It's not
okay,
minimizing.
see
I'm
what
not
I don't
saying
want to
one
get
is-
into a semantics with you.
No, it's not
but,
semantics.
But you
Not
are
semantics.
minimizing
Minimizing and separating are two different things. I'm saying
All
one
right.
is defamatory.
Okay,
One is
I'm
something that's
choosing
not
to
defamatory.
minimize going back and forth about this because it's going.
You're saying I'm minimizing. I'm saying I'm separating. So
Right.
we can disagree about that too.
I'll just say, look, the fact of the matter is, right, when we go by what we actually saw, the way that they portrayed Blake is actually the cancer, because that's what spread throughout the group. All right, that was the cancerous thing right there, not what he did or what he said. The energy and the way they tried to label him was the cancer in the situation, because it spread throughout the group and created an opinion that put people off. When you bring up Janique, listen, he didn't have anything in common with Janique. So that already was no. What's he supposed to do? Tell Tony lies or whatever you want to call it, give her a fairy tale, pretend that he's interested. Then you'll be saying he's a player and he's using her and he's playing in our face and all the rest of it. Listen, as educated as someone may be, as beautiful and cute as they may be, the fact of the matter is if the person opposite them doesn't mesh with them, doesn't gel with them, then let them know straight away. Don't lead them on like there's other girls in the show, right? So Blake, as we know, he may not be feeling any of the ladies. His energy's been tainted anyway. So he's not going to have a chance with any of them. The only person that has been there for him is Advocate Sue. Whether that lasts long term, who knows? Fact of the matter is, it could potentially last to the end of the show, and that's all the purpose is. That's all the remit is. See if you can meet someone, fall in love, and like once you make it to the end of the show, then you go and do real life together. But you have to get to the end of the show first. And I'd also say that the energy that Morgan carried, not because we've seen a couple of instances now. Like I would argue the case that that's really the villain, right? Because look, she's nared someone's hair. She's gone and eviscerated someone based on hearsay. She hasn't even given the guy a chance to even date her and get to know her himself, even if he was interested in her. Mercedes has voted Blake off because she feels that based on what the other ladies have said, he doesn't deserve a fair shot. He's playing around with the ladies. You know, Janique, you've already heard what she had to say. So really, you know, if Blake went and tried to date any of these ladies, you'd be saying it's fake. Just like people are saying that it's fake between him and Symone, who he's been consistent with the whole time. Whether his motives are, whether he truly likes her or not, the fact is he's given her the benefit of the doubt for always defending him amongst the barrage of insults or you know, stuff that she's hearing in the ladies' lounge. She still had his back the whole time. So I think that kind of endears her to him. There may not be a you know, a marriage at the end of it, but he's giving her credit for doing that. And I think he does come across as arrogant because remember, Blake is a grown, 40-something-year-old man with 3 children with 3 different women. So he's not looking for a woman who necessarily wants to have more kids, because that's going to add more of a financial burden to him and probably put him in another sticky situation with another woman that he's not married to. So, yeah, like I just think that when it comes to Blake, he's got a bad rap, and it's down to some of the most problematic people on the show giving him that label. All right. If we call a spade, if any of the actions that Blake have done are call outable and we can cast him in a certain light, then we have to do the same for the 2 people that have spread the most rumors or made his time there the most difficult, because they are problematic too. They've got more instances of problematic behavior than he does. So yeah, let's be fair.
I'll just say one thing about this and then I'll leave it alone. But I just think this is kind of like a parallel to real life. It just really does remind me that, like, I feel like sometimes in society, like men kind of can easily, like, their names can easily be tarnished. And I think it's like, it doesn't really take much for women to say something for something to stick to a man. In this particular situation, I feel like, you know, Blake is guilty of being rude, being black and white, not really knowing how to talk to people, maybe being a bit socially awkward. You know, obviously he's been accused of some things in his past by his ex, but, you know, that has to be taken with a grain of salt, as a lot of people are tarnished by their exes after they move on. But I think, you know, the kind of labeling that's happening with him is like a little bit troubling to me, just because I feel like that can happen in real life too. And it's just, I don't know, it's just a testament to society and how we look at things. And sometimes how, if you get a vibe from someone or your intuition goes off about someone or something, it's easy to just put them in a box. And that's not necessarily fair, because it's not really objective. So I feel like overall, just generally speaking, like, you can only really speak to what you can see from a person and what they show you versus what other people are saying, or like what, you know, sort of vibes they're getting, or, you know, there's just something about this guy that I don't like. I mean, that's valid. It's fair. We all have intuition. But at the same time, we haven't seen behavior other than things that are off-putting. Like, there's people that we don't really jive with, and that's fine, but we don't necessarily have to go down the rabbit hole of saying, oh, they're a narcissist or they're this or that. And I feel like he's gotten labeled from the jump with Jefferi, and it's just stuck with him, and nothing he's been able to do, even, you know, acting really, actually, I thought he handled the situation with Morgan pretty well. Even though he handled that well, it was still like, oh, it's just something about him that I just, you know, I don't like, you know. So I think we just have to be careful. And I see the parallel kind of in this show with how things do happen in real life, particularly with men. Sometimes it does happen to women as well, but just how you can be labeled and then have a difficult time shaking what you've been labeled, whether or not it's true. So that's all I have to say with that.
Good points. I love that. Actually, you reminded me of something, because when you said about the narcissist thing, it was Jefferi that said this. The more I think about it, the more I realize, Jefferi, you were out here labeling people narcissists with your background looking as shaky as it's looking. This is wild to me. But I think there's a lesson more for the audience as well, because I think we had this discussion. I think me and Shawn have learnt this lesson quite earlier before. I told you, me and Shawn have learnt our lesson at Married at First Sight. Okay, you tussle strong for somebody, and then you realize the other side is also lacking. In the beginning of the season, Jefferi did call him a narcissist. And look, it's not enough to be a defamation suit. We know that. But it is defaming him in a way in terms of the social group. Right. And we know that because even when Jonique came for her interview, she mentioned how before she even met Blake, she had already been told about Blake. So she already had a distorted view about Blake. Now, that doesn't change the fact that when he had a date with her, I personally think he's got a bit of a condescending tone or condescending energy. I think that's fair. I think that's fair to make that assumption. I think he's got a bit of a condescending energy, maybe even a little bit prideful, because some of the comments that he made, like for instance, the comment he made about Morgan, did he have to make it? No, he's allowed to make it, but then it makes us paint in a particular picture. So he's got a little bit of condescending behavior in him. So I can work with that. I think though, I think though that that this particular point with Jefferi and Morgan labeling him both narcissist and malignant cancer are troubling. And I think in this instance, it actually told us more about them than it actually did tell about Blake himself. So I think when Jefferi actually said, I think we did a panel, I think somebody mentioned it, that I think it might have been you, Jay. I think you mentioned it, Jay, about if Jefferi's calling him a narcissist, she might actually be the narcissist herself. And that's why she's labeling Blake as a narcissist. And I think now this come to light. I mean, like I said, I didn't like personally the way that Symone did the dragon, but hey, if you come around, you're gonna find out. Symone is not the one. But I think it does now highlight a much more deeper flaw in Jefferi, and that's why I'm looking at Blake like, maybe, bro, you were lied upon a little bit, because as far as I can see from the evidence on the show, you condescending, maybe you look a bit rude, but that's as much I can get out of you. Narcissist, malignant cancer, maybe not. So for me personally, I think it does make me look at Blake considerably differently to before. I still held a neutral ground, but now I'm like, I think they just didn't like the fact that you didn't like them, and you held your own, and maybe you're very direct in what you say, and they don't take kindly to that, because both have form in the way they speak about people. So, I say that. Any last thoughts on this, the vindicating of Blake, before I get into another topic? No? All right, cool. Let's shift it. All right, cool. Let's talk about one of the first conversation that was going on. Love the debate as well. cway and Shawn, we always love when you two tussle. Okay, when you tussle, the audience wins. Okay, they just be rooting for one of you, and I appreciate that. It's like gold TV. Listen, so obviously let's talk a little bit. And Shawn was arguing from the shadows. That's the worst part about it. Let's obviously talk about the next couple. It's what Cynthia. I mean, Jefferi's back in it again, but it's Cynthia. It's Jefferi's Andre. Andre decided to say that, in the end, he felt like that, Cynthia was too fast to say her answers. Apparently she was too fast to say her answers when she said them. Like he was running off the tip of her tongue, apparently, and he questioned that. Whereas Jefferi, it's like she's meek and she's this and she's that. As well. So yeah, I'm gonna get your thoughts on that. What was your thoughts to that date between Jefferi, Andre, and Cynthia? What did you guys glean? What did you guys get from that particular date? Who wants to take that first? Go for it, cway.
This is what I'll say. Andre's had an issue with Cynthia since he said at the table he could like her. He could like her today and not like her tomorrow. That was compounded by the fact that her baby daddy got in his behind and basically called him out and went toe to toe for him. So after that, Andre, he was not going to see it for Cynthia, period. So everything that happened on the date, Cynthia was being Cynthia, a beautiful person, a great chill vibe. Like her spirit was shining. She was amazing. Vibe with his friend. There was no red flags about her, and he had to create one. And I would have respected the fact he would have just said, hey, I know she answered questions good, but I don't see it for her because her baby daddy crazy. And, I'm kind of feeling Jefferi more. But don't make up things about the girl. Saying she looks like she has rehearsed responses. That kind of pissed me off because Cynthia is a really stand-up person. You know, like she clearly is on this show to really find love. Yes, her baby daddy is crazy, but I do think that she does try to set boundaries with him to the best of her ability. And he's still in her children's life. So I think that's a good sign that he's around. Yeah, and Andre is giving, I don't know, he's giving little dick energy. Like he got sunned by her baby daddy and now he's big mad. I don't like that. Like just say you ain't feeling Cynthia for X, Y, and Z, but don't make up stuff on her. I felt away.
I agree with your assessment. I do think that Andre is intimidated by the baby's father, and I think that's why he changed his stance on Cynthia. I didn't like that response either about it seemed rehearsed. I mean, that sounds crazy. Like somebody gives you a good answer to a question, that's ridiculous. So I don't get that. But I think he could just say, I'm feeling Jefferi a little more now. I want to pursue this and just stop with that. I think Cynthia is like the only solid person on this show in terms of like someone that's really ready to love, as the show says. And that's all I'll say about that.
What do you think, JR?
I think Andre definitely is offended by what James, the baby father, had to say to him. And, you know, he may be questioning what life might be like having to deal with James long term if he did pursue anything with Cynthia. He's making excuses, though, in my opinion. I think he just wants Jefferi to be the one that the friend recommended, because he personally likes Jefferi more. They've kissed multiple times now. They're seen kissing in the trailer as well for the next episode. She came round to his apartment before last week on one of their dates. So I really think he wants to be invested in Jefferi. I think this match could potentially work because he seems like the type of person that really likes someone to, I want to say pump his nuts, but what I mean by that is inflate his ego, or, you know, and she's been doing that. And I think that he really genuinely does, you know, put her as his number one. I'm not buying the fact that he thought Mercedes was a connection, you know, above the other ladies. I don't buy that unless something's happened off camera. Haven't seen that connection at all. But yeah, I think he was disappointed at the friend's evaluation. But like someone said, if you F around, you're gonna find out. So good luck to him.
All right, as y'all can see, I changed my thing to allegedly speaking. So everything that I'm about to say right now is alleged, okay? All right, I just want y'all to know that. But I don't know if anybody else picked up, JR, a little bit. I can hear you that you might have picked up a little something as you explained that she was at Jefferi's house the night before and all this stuff like that. And by the way that they were kissing, in my mind, because I'm grown, I feel like some other things might have transpired in that interaction there, because the way he was carrying on to almost suggest to his boy that you want to pick Jefferi, and his boy like, no, I'm not picking Jefferi. No. Cynthia still got it good. And then you make an excuse like, oh, but her answers sound real rehearsed. The boy was looking at him like, what are you talking about right now, bro? You sound crazy as heck. Like, out of all the people, you're going to say Cynthia is the one with the rehearsed ones when the other one you sit next to gets paid to read script. So are you clearly serious right now? Okay. Like Cynthia was just in the mirror, just saying to herself, okay, he's going to ask me and I'm going to say. Nobody does that. If she has it on the top of her head, that's probably exactly what she's feeling in her heart. I haven't got anything like from her different from that. Now we'll get to another spot later where I was like, Cynthia, okay, girl, you're doing a little extra on your baby daddy. But I really believe that you, Andre, allegedly has smashed Jefferi already. That's why this energy is like this. On top of it, baby daddy came with you with the smoke and you don't want to deal with it because you're in Forbes. And if we do the investigation on that, you're on Forbes as a consultant write-up, okay? Over on Commission Reviews, they done did their research, and you don't have an actual article on yourself. You just a write-up for the job that you have out there, which is a cannabis dispensary line. So, okay. Congratulations on that, because I'm not in there, so we give you your props on it, but you're making it seem like you're more than you are, but you couldn't handle the baby daddy. You couldn't stand up to the BD, like, you know, so it is what it is. You want to make excuses for Cynthia, just say you don't want to deal. Say you don't want to deal with her and her baby daddy. That'd be a lot more better than saying that she has pre-rehearsed information. Like tell your boy like that real truth. Like, nah, I met the baby daddy of her kids, and he just sounded like he gonna be a bit much. I don't want to deal with that. That's more respectable than sitting there coming into that energy like I just don't feel like I can trust her. But you trust in Jefferi. Oh, okay. All right. Playing your own face then. Enjoy.
Who's next? Thank you, cway, for taking over. I appreciate it. Who's next?
Between Black and Shawn, they don't let to.
Black, Shawn, who wants to go first?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and go.
Oh.
Yeah, so to me, this is what everyone
What's wrong with you,
should be trying to get to. You know what I mean? So we're talking about someone who knows exactly what they want. So you ask them questions. You want someone who's self-assured to be able to answer the questions quickly or whatever. You don't want someone thinking of a lie. You know, it's a catch-22. If you're thinking too long, you're thinking of a lie. If you're saying it too quick, you know, you're lying to me. So I think it is something with Andre. I think he appears weaker than he is, to be honest with you. Not just as far as strength, but just mentally. He just appears weaker. And you know, you guys know how I feel from the years we've been doing this panel, how I feel about the friends coming along and, you know, having those conversations and stuff like that. And this proves it. Like no one had a clear understanding of what direction they should go in after the friend had a conversation. Everyone came out saying, I'm still confused. I don't know. Even when the friends had a clear answer as to who they should pick, they still saying, well, I don't know. This is still a hard decision, blah, blah, blah. It's irritating. But with Andre in particular, it's irritating because it's right there in front of him. Now, I know that Cynthia got some stuff going on behind closed doors, baby daddy stuff going on, whatever. Of course, you're going to want her back. She seems like she is genuinely a prize type of woman, to be honest with you. So, yeah, you're going to want that back. You're going to wreak some havoc in certain areas. You're going to challenge people that's trying to take your position. So I get that part. But what I get from Andre is that he's coming off softer than what he is.
Shawn, go for it.
Yeah. So yeah, I didn't get the whole thing about how her answers were, you know, didn't seem genuine. I don't see Cynthia as a somebody that's fake. You know, could it be that she wants to say the right thing? Perhaps. But, you know, for me, what got me was, you know, that about protecting, and I think that was in the date with Anthony. So I'm skipping along, but I thought that
you're on the right date, Shawn. That was the right date.
Am I? Oh, okay. Because I kind of sped through the episode. So yeah, I just was like, that's what we want to hear. That's, you know, it's like, were you watching our panels? Were you watching the men's panels? Because to be a safe space and to speak about it in such, and it didn't seem fake. You know, the language that she used, she didn't say safe space, but she was like, I will protect your emotions, you know? And that's what we need, you know, from our women as men, is that's the kind of protection we need. You know, we don't need you fighting battles, but that, you know, protecting
Well, he zoomed out for a second. We'll see if he come back. But in that same space, let's remember I think she was kind of returning that favor that Shawn is speaking of too, because it was Andre who allowed her to break herself and cry in a moment. So in that same thing, that was just a nice way of saying I would return that same grace you gave me. And that over time, we can be each other's safe space or whatnot. So I thought that was nice. I didn't understand why that was such a problem for him.
I hear you on that, Jay. I definitely think that it's a form of reciprocation that she was offering in that moment, because it's something that we speak about, or Kojo and Shawn speak about in particular, right? But most men out here do want a safe space in the woman that they end up with. And as we spoke about earlier in great detail, I'm not sure that Jefferi's going to be able to provide that, because if he does something wrong or crosses her in some way, then he's not going to be the knight in shining armor that she's paying him to be at the moment. She probably will go and tarnish him or trash him in some way to somebody else, right? It's likely to happen. I'm not saying it will, but I just get from Andre that he wanted Jefferi. Doesn't matter what the friend said. The smart choice, the smart money would be on Cynthia, because as all the other panelists have noticed, and I've noticed myself, she seems to be a very solid person, very caring, quite cool. She comes across as very cool and fun to be around, level-headed. You haven't seen the toxicity and the crazy. Obviously, her baby daddy's going to be a handful, but like she said, she's known this guy since they were 12. They're now up there in their 30s. So I think there's a level of expectation with how protective he's going to be over her. Maybe he did do too much though, but that's a long-term childhood friend that turned into a relationship, and then potentially, into their adulthood, having kids with that guy. That's a lot of time invested in each other. They probably know each other very, very well. So if any new guy comes in, wanting to have that inflated ego, want the focus to be more about him, which is what I get from Andre, then, I can see why he got some smoke last week. But this is also why I think him and Jefferi could actually work, because Jefferi will cheerlead for that guy. He seems to have what she's looking for. She hasn't said a bad word about him or to him. She presents herself differently to him than she does maybe to the other guys on the show. And he is really sensitive, which is why he went at Mercedes for not contacting him while he was away with COVID. For him to still harbor some feeling about that, very sensitive. So, yeah, Andre, his friend, put him in the right direction, and I think it's a classic case of, and which is, I think, why the friends are even on the show. Sometimes you don't see the red flags that someone else that you know or grew up with or knows you better can see, because you get blinded by the visual, or you get blinded by the BS that they're spitting to you. But the friend, the questions that were asked were direct. There was a question about how these women are, and Cynthia answered it, and he thought that was very quick, but he didn't pick up on the fact that Jefferi didn't even answer the question. She went straight to spirituality and started talking about some other stuff. She didn't even answer anything about what she could bring to him like that. She actually spoke about the spiritual aspect, and then all of a sudden he comes out, yeah, God's first, I love him, So for me, that's the type of fluff that he needs, rather than the substance that Cynthia would provide. And Cynthia would provide probably, a happier situation to get into, barring the baby dad, of course.
Yeah, I think to myself, I think Andre's had a problem with Cynthia. Let me not say a problem like that, but I think he's been on pause with Cynthia since that date where she came in a group date. I think when she handled herself quite well, I think his biggest issue is I think for him, and this is more of a personal thing than necessarily a general thing. I think that she may not give him the lead easily. You know, I know this may seem a bit way, but Cynthia is a really beautiful girl, really amazing. I like her energy, and I think she's great. She's straight to the point. She handles herself really well. You know, she answers questions straight. And so I really, really like her. But I think what Andre's looking for, as much as I don't like Jefferi's thing, and he doesn't need Jefferi per se, what Jefferi's offering that's slightly different from Cynthia is she's given that energy of you can take control. And I don't feel like he gets that same energy from necessarily I don't think he gets that energy necessarily from Cynthia as much now. And the reason why I say that is because every time if you notice, every time they talk, the conversation always comes back up to her submitting, or it's the second time the submission questions come up actually. No, not even that. That's Anthony. But in terms of obviously her assertiveness, sorry. So this time around, it was assertiveness that was spoken about. Oh, she's assertive. And then previously, what was spoken in the group date, he asked, "Oh, can you let a man lead or whatever?" And you know, she answered saying, "Yes, she can." But then when they had their date 1-to-1, and she was showing some emotion and breaking down. Again, the conversation was about the walls and being defensive and everything. I think what he sees from Cynthia is there's a lot of strength there, and there will be some fights he will have to face. And I think he doesn't want to fight those fights, if I'm honest with you. And personally, can I be honest with you? I don't want to fight those fights. I'm sorry. I don't want to fight those fights either, you know. But I still think Cynthia's great. I just think that the kind of person she needs right now, as of right now, I think she's still got a little bit more of her journey to go. And I say this, this is because whenever I'm gonna say this as a last point. Maybe someone else can jump in. Whenever I hear someone say, "I can be more feminine if I get the right kind of guy," it tells me that you're not already feminine. It tells me that we're gonna be encountering some stuff before we get there. Because you're saying I have to present a certain energy for you to be in that space. You should already be in that space. Do you know what I mean? Like if I tell you, "Oh, I need the right kind of girl to start providing," y'all gonna look at me like I'm crazy. You mean you the right kind of girl make you? No. I should already have that. I should already have that mentality already. That when you meet me, I already have that kind of energy. It's what I mean. I'm not saying that people can't influence you and make you lean more and push more to do certain stuff. But I'm saying you should already have that kind of energy. So when people start saying, for the right kind of guy, I'm gonna do this. It's like no. Then, baby, continue on your journey of healing. When you get there, you let me know, okay? Or when you get there, choose someone else. And it's not me being necessarily rude about it. It's more of a case. It's what I'm noticing, and I'm trying to give an understanding for what Andre is potentially seeing. Because honestly, between Cynthia and Andre, Cynthia is the clearest choice in the heavens and in the hells and in the purgatories. Okay, all right. But somehow he sees something about Jefferi, which is, again, for a lot of men, we do not want to be having a tussle with women when it comes to our relationship. And this is simply it. So, the road easily traveled is the one that we often tend to try and go. If it's easy to go down that road, I want to go down that road. And I think the baby daddy sealed it. Sorry, whoever opened it, you can have it in a second. I think the baby daddy sealed it in his head that, yeah, this ain't gonna work. Because as much as I'm seeing little things, and then now your baby daddy's also involved so much that he gon' blast me, and you ain't saying nothing. Because honestly, I think the baby dad was out of order. I'm sorry. Personally, I think it's out of order. He overstepped his boundaries. The way he came at somebody, you're not her daddy. You're her baby daddy who failed to be a good man. You don't get to try and question me like you're questioning yourself. Do you understand? So for me, I told you, I personally wouldn't go there. I don't play that game with people. I personally wouldn't go. Whoever opened the mic can go next, though. Because, yeah, I've spoken. Who was it that opened the mic? Was it you, Shawn?
Yeah.
Okay, go.
Yeah, I was thinking right before you started talking about why Andre didn't, was leaning away from Cynthia. I think it's a level of intimidation. Now, you touched on the fact that, you know, Cynthia has a little more stronger energy. I didn't really think about it like that. But I would say that I think it's he may be intimidated by her. Like, if you can't go to the depth of someone else, I think sometimes you rather skate and avoid it. And what we've seen from Jefferi is very surface, right? And I'm not sure. I think it was JR who pointed it out. It was either JR or Jay, right? But she didn't even answer the question. So if anything, you want to highlight, you know, you would want to highlight somebody that didn't answer the question, because she just skirted it and started talking about spirituality. Now, okay, was there a cut in processing? I guess so, right? But I do think that he knows that, you know, feed me like a baby, and, you know, oh, I like this, you know, this, that you don't have to do, you know, there's no effort there. You know, you could just coast along, and she's just going to love it. Oh, I love the way you feed me. Oh, yes, I have to take small bites. You know, like all of that stuff is, it doesn't take, you don't have to like dig into, you don't have to expand. You don't have to, you know, really stretch yourself in any ways, because I don't see Jefferi challenging him, right? She's just like, you know, just take care of me, you know, just be there for me. Like that kind of stuff is easy, right? So if you know that, listen, I don't have the bandwidth, or I don't want to have to deal with being held accountable for much, you know, you're going to go with what's going to probably be the easiest. And for daggone sure, from what we know, but listen, let her keep messing around with Symone. We might find out about them, you know, more about them baby daddies. But that Cynthia's baby daddies was a lot to deal with, right? I just would not want to have that energy. That energy, having to deal with that, you know, is valuable as she is. We talked about it before, like she has to set some very clear boundaries with him. Stop taking the shots, Cynthia, because again, in this same thing, she's like, oh, I'm gonna need 2 shots. You know, we get it. You know, you need a shot, but you need to, if that shot's the courage you need, take the shot to have the conversation with your baby daddy, because he's you know, he's a lot to take in, and you don't want to ruin the potential of other relationships that could be good for you, because this opposing force is always around causing problems.
Jefferi.
I was just going to say, I really think there's something to be said about Cynthia in terms of like her awareness. Like, I think, and maybe that's also like her need, like she wants to be feminine and wants to kind of not have to be so strong, I guess, or whatever. But I think her saying that, like, oh, you know, I'll protect your emotions. Like, I think she was trying to appeal to that side of him that she knows really needs that, you know, because he is kind of sensitive and does kind of need a little bit more emotional support. I feel like, you know, especially with the comment that he said with Mercedes, and then just the way he handled the baby daddy situation, I felt was a little bit emotional, because like he responded with the Forbes, and it was just kind of out of context instead of just like going directly at the situation. So I feel like she was trying to reassure him that she could like protect him in that way. And that says a little bit about her, I think, in terms of, you know, her softer side and wanting to kind of like cater to that with him. But then at the same time, I feel like, you know, with her doing that, she's going to step into a different role than she wants to have with Andre. So it's probably not really a good match. Practically speaking, like sensibly speaking, she's the better choice, because like Jefferi kind of, you know, she's got a lot of stuff going on that, you know, she's been dodging a few things, you know, not answering questions. She didn't bring anyone to kind of vouch for her, anything like that. So I think if you had to make a choice, I think Cynthia is the better choice. But in terms of a match, I don't think Cynthia is going to be able to present as the feminine, you know, woman that she wants to be with Andre, because she's going to be having to cater, I think, a little bit more to like his needs emotionally, whereas she's kind of she wants that now, you know, to be a little bit softer and stuff like that. So she needs someone that's going to be a little bit more, doesn't need that emotional support. I'd say that. So I think, you know, better match with Jefferi, but Jefferi, she's just kind of, she's giving the vibes that she just wants to be chosen, and she just is gonna like play up the most feminine thing she can find to like find someone that's like gonna gravitate towards that. And I think she's won with Andre because he wants someone that, you know, and I think that's why he had that conversation with his friend. Like, he didn't even see the fact that she didn't answer the question. It was just like, you know, I'm just really into her, like, because she really appeals to that, like, you know, I don't know, the whole damsel in distress thing. I think she really does appeal to that. So match wise, I think they're probably a better match, sadly. But yikes. That's all.
Yeah, and you know, sorry, I just want to say, and I actually agree with you, Faye, as well, and I agree with Shawn as well. So I think there's something to be said about Andre, because his responses after are what are, for me, are a big indicator as well. So I definitely feel he chose Jefferi for a reason. He likes that kind of energy. You know, when she, as much as I don't like the little baby thing, I get what he's, I get for him, maybe it's that whole, she elicits the protective energy from him. Do you know what I mean? She pulls that out of him by being, quote unquote, that little babyish kind of portrayal, right? You know, I think on the other side, though, the reason why Andre wouldn't mix with Cynthia and has not been mixing with Cynthia from the beginning is also like his lack of directness in that moment. Like, instead of just telling the truth and saying, actually, I got a stronger connection with Jefferi, and I hear what you're saying, but I you know what, I'm just leaning more towards Jefferi. Instead, he made some crappy ass excuse about her responding quickly, or rather than just saying the truth, which I think is he noticed something for him about Cynthia that he doesn't really like. But instead of voicing it, he's kind of putting it around the mulberry bush. It's like, yo, just be true. You feel like when it comes to you and her, you're gonna have a tussle. Just be honest. And you know, she's not as meek and mild as Jefferi as you want her to be, and that's okay. You know what I mean? Rather than kind of giving the little mulberry bush answer that she answered too quickly and it's assertive, and it's like, that wasn't the truth, bro. Like, that wasn't the full truth. So for me, then it's I'm looking at him, and just I'm glad you mentioned the Mercedes situation. He actually mentioned again. So I think editing's done some editing as it's done, right? He actually mentioned Mercedes as being his top pick again in the end of the scene, which means there has been some communication with Mercedes. But what's happened is Mercedes has only had eyes for one person. This is why also Marc Anthony don't want Mercedes, because Mercedes is, look, I just can't see anybody else apart from you, Marc Anthony. It's too easy. You understand? And I'm starting to realize that, because she didn't want Anthony. Really and truly, she didn't want Anthony. She ain't really want Andre, and that's why he got annoyed. That's why he got hurt by her not checking up on him, because clearly he's had her number one from the beginning. But editing didn't show us that, but he said it again in this scene. So now it makes more context to why that conversation happened, which makes me feel like, wait, babe, why didn't you reach out to him? The reality is you didn't reach out to him because he was nothing. You didn't have no eye on him. Your eye was solely focused on Marc Anthony, and has been since the very beginning. You don't mind if Andre fell off. You don't mind if Anthony fell off, because you don't really want them. And I'm going ahead of myself. We'll talk about Mercedes later on. So I just think to myself that, yeah, I think he's got more. He wants a woman to care about him more. And I feel like he feels like he won't get that from Cynthia. Not saying that Cynthia wouldn't do that, but I'm saying I think he feels like he won't get all that care from Cynthia. It'll be more him giving a lot more care to Cynthia than he would get back. And I think that for him is what puts him off going for Cynthia in that space as well. You know, JR, go for it. Sorry, oh no, it was Black. So it was Black first. Sorry, Black then JR. Sorry, apologies.
Yeah, so I think that here goes nothing. I'm going to tell you guys how I really feel. I think Andre is not so much intimidated by Cynthia. It's her kid's father. You know, he sees that as being a day-to-day interaction that he's gonna have to handle, but he's not that type of man to handle it. Remember, he asked Cynthia, you know, what, episode 3 or 4, if she could handle an alpha male. That ain't you, Andre. It ain't you. So anyone who is coming at another man like that, you have to nip that in the bud. You have to set the foundation. Hey, you had your chance. I'm here now. I want to take a legit shot at being the right man for her. I need you to fall back, you know, and that's what it's going to have to be. But Andre did have a connection with Jefferi early on. Remember, he sat her down by the bench. And he told her, "Hey, I only have eyes for you. No other woman can sway me away." That wasn't true because he jumped on Cynthia. Cynthia was okay. He was fine dating her, fine going out with her, getting to know her, until her kid's dad came into that picture and set a whole new vision for him of how his day-to-day is going to be. But also with Andre, I got to be honest about my gut feeling with him. He's giving me F-boy vibes, to be honest with you. I don't know if anyone else can see that, but he gives me the vibe that he's going to be with Jefferi. He's going to be in a relationship. He's going to have fun, whatever the case is, and then come up with a reason to break up with her. Because he doesn't give stepdad. He doesn't give long-term relationship vibes to me. You know, I could be wrong, could be cruel in saying that, but this is just my opinion. He just does not give that vibe to me that he's going to stick with anyone long-term, let alone a woman with kids already. 3. So what is his motive? Why is he so into Jefferi? Jefferi has a nice shape. Jefferi has a nice body. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's all he's thinking about. Could be, may not. Who knows? But I do know that the way Andre moves, it tells me that he's not really trying to fall in love with anybody. He's not really trying to be with anybody for the rest of their life. I just don't get that vibe.
Thank you, Black, because that's where I was going with it. As Coach, I was speaking at the very start of it, I was thinking about all those things that Andre said in the past, how when the baby daddy today, I might be on it, tomorrow I'm not, how fast he moved off Jefferi when Cynthia came around, how quickly he dismissed Mercedes for not calling and checking on him or whatnot. Yeah, I get where you guys say that Cynthia not being in her feminine wells fully right now, it might be a problem to him, but I think it's just more than that. He's just not serious enough. And she is more serious as far as having a real relationship. And he don't want that. Closest to it probably would have been Mercedes, but he got in his feelings and cut himself off on that one by saying you didn't check on me and all these things like that. When, if you say, I missed the part, he must have said it in here, but if he said it in this episode, she still is on his top, then you were still feeling her. You shot yourself in the foot for jumping to conclusions. Just come back in and leave where you left off. But you don't really want anything serious with anybody. And Jefferi is just an easy target, unfortunately, you know, for herself. But, you know, that's just like what it is. It's like, I don't think Andre really wants to be with anybody on a real note. He just wants to be seen. He's still got his nightlife thing. He's trying to convince us that he's not there anymore and he wants something more. But if he did, he wouldn't be making an excuse. Oh, she just spoke too fast and that bothers me. Or she didn't check on me while I was sick, so that's a problem. You keep making all of these excuses for the people that are serious contenders, but the one that's playing in your face just as much as you are, you're okay with it. So that just tells me that you're just going to do whatever you can do, allegedly, with this woman and then move on. And for you, you got to easy out because we already see that she a little, so all you got to say is she wasn't telling me who she really was after you get what you want. And that's it. And we all just be like, well, that was true. So yeah. And ain't nobody about to take you in that hairstyle serious. I'm sorry. I know we're not supposed to be talking on people things and all that, but that 3-in-1, how they put it up in the chat, I can't. You know, that up, down, and around, I can't. I just can't. How he be looking now, right now, if y'all see him today with just either the little fro going or whatever, or his braids, that's nice. But that little baby bun at the top, I can't. And on the last little note too, I really think that he wants somebody that is 100% Andre, who is just all about Andre all the time. He don't want nobody with it that has anything else going on outside of him. And so right now, while Jefferi is not around her kids, that presents as a great thing because she does be 100% Andre when she's in his face. She is that when she's calling him on the phone and everything. But when real life hit, is that going to be the same? Nobody in their grown space is 100% anybody. So I don't know what he's going to find out there, but he just gives me that if you're not about me, when I need you to be about me as much as I need you to be about me, I'm you. And nobody could sustain in a relationship like that. So.
I was gonna say, like, there's a few points. I'll start with Cynthia. Now, there was a moment where, you know, she was talking about she felt the need to be strong and this, that, the other, right? Now, we've spoken about her baby father. She also mentioned in this episode that there are times where she's needed to put her foot down when it comes to him, right? We didn't see that last week, but I can assume that over the time they've been together and known each other, she's had to do that because he comes across as a very strong person, whether we like him or not, whether we like how he handled that situation well or not. Fact is, he does come across as very opinionated and very strong. So for her to be dealing with that since the age of 12, then you know, like, she's had to develop that. And Andre could have been in that protector role in a sense, because if that's all she's known for most of her adult life with James, in the relationship they've had and the kids they've had and everything like that, then it's only natural that she's going to be looking for a relationship that provides the opposite, because she's tired of fighting, she's tired of being that strong person, right? So that was just my view on that. And when she broke down on the date with Andre earlier on in the season, like, he had that protector spirit to put his arm around her and console her. So, okay, so now we know that both Jefferi and Cynthia have children. Cynthia's baby father is present, whereas Jefferi's baby fathers aren't present. So he doesn't have that obstacle of needing to get the baby father's approval as much, right? Because they're not there, as far as what Jefferi said. So he has an easier time with just Jefferi one-on-one. The kids will come at a later date. If they get that far, he'll get to meet them and see how he gels with them. Might not get that far. Now, I would say as well that I think Andre is definitely a contradiction, a walking contradiction. I'll tell you why. Because he's very observant at times as to how people receive him, or people respond to him, or don't contact him or reach out or whatever. But he's also turning a blind eye to a lot of things that he has seen and is hearing along the journey as well. I say that because, like, he's heard the Blake stuff going around. He's also seen Jefferi with her other connections as well. He's also seen Cynthia have connections with other people as well. And that's part of the show. But what I'm trying to get at is he's deliberately avoiding looking at a lot of what Jefferi's presenting in order to get with her. All right. So I definitely think he favors her over Cynthia. Personally, I think Cynthia matches more with Anthony. So, and, you know, judging by their earlier date that they had a few weeks ago, I think that could be something very strong. You know, they both come from a similar relationship history. You know, they both got children. They both are well-to-do in terms of their careers, etc. And the vibe that was on that date was, you know, she was very much feeling him. So, and he seems to be feeling her. But we'll get to him a bit later because he is doing some BSing as well, and that's Anthony. But yeah, Andre comes across to me like a contradiction. He definitely wants a cheerleader, and I think that's the only thing that separates Jefferi really from the other ladies in how they're interacting with him. She seems to be very much standing there with the pom-poms cheering every time she's with him. You know, whether it's the jerk chicken he made last week, it was amazing. It was the best thing she's ever had, or whatever. The way he fed her, you know, we spoke about that last week. The way he held her on the balcony when they were at his house. So I'm not against their connection. I think they may actually be the best match for each other. but how long it goes obviously is yet to be seen. But I would rather Cynthia don't take it to heart if she doesn't get with Andre. With Andre, and you know, she got a connection with Anthony that I think would be probably worthwhile investing in, especially going into retreat. Hopefully, they can get closer.
You know, something that you were saying that made me think with Cynthia, and it made me think as well because you know, Andre needs a lot of care, and I think I kind of said it earlier, like with Cynthia, she needs a lot of care. This is because she needs to come to the more feminine side. If he's carrying a bit more feminine energy, it's gonna draw out more of her masculine energy. This ain't gonna work. The reason why and let me tell you something. So the reason why she was so free with her emotions with Andre, it's not necessarily because he has a counseling spirit, or I mean, he's a safe place in general, but actually because she met the feminine energy. And this is just me on my observation and the way he goes about things. She met the feminine energy and she was able to then release what she felt in that moment, right? But the reality is, once that moment finishes, she's gonna need him to come into the masculine so she can go back into the feminine. That ain't gonna happen right now. Not where he's at right now, right? I don't get that sense that he's gonna be able to emotionally regulate enough for her to be able to stay in her feminine space. Because remember, she's trying to get to that place. This is not something where she is right now. She's trying to get there, which means she really needs somebody already who's really solid on their side so that she can actually feel free to come to that side. That's not Andre. And it's really funny because I remember talking to someone about this about a year and a half ago about why their relationship ended. And I said, because now you've healed and you've settled into your feminine, the man that you chose who was more feminine no longer appeals to you. This situation, it reminds me of that situation where you're looking for somewhere you can actually be more vulnerable, more emotional, everything. But this is not coming from a place of where he's so solid in his emotional regulation. This is coming from a place where I think he's a bit more feminine and he likes to deal with emotions. But is he emotionally regulated well? We can discuss that maybe a little later. But how I saw him handle the James situation, I'm not saying anybody wouldn't get angst. But if you look at his way he handled it compared to Anthony, I was surprised. I was like, well, bro, you really flipped out and then actually started saying that didn't have nothing to do with the situation, just like he did with the date. So when you get pressured, you automatically fold. That's telling me that when she adds pressure in a relationship, he gonna fold. So obviously, you know, this won't last long. So her vulnerability to him won't last long. She'll end up being vulnerable, and then he begins to fold, and she's going to go right back to her original stance of needing that safe space again, and it won't be there because he won't be in the masculine. It's just me observing from what he's kind of said in some instances. I'm not saying he's a woman. I'm not saying he's gay. I'm not saying anything like that. What I'm talking about is how you handle situations and whether he will go back to that space where he can be strong for her. I don't think he's in that space as of yet for her. I think he can do that for Jefferi because she tends to give a certain energy. Not necessarily for Cynthia, who's trying to heal and get to that space, is slightly different. But go for it, Shawn.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think cway mentioned this earlier. The point about, like, as soon as he got pressed, he threw Cynthia under the bus. You know, so that for me shows that you don't know how to handle pressure, right? You don't know how to, you know, I get him being frustrated. And I get like he might go toe to toe with the guy because he was, you know, being over the top. But why are you dragging her into this, right? I might not be here tomorrow. You know, it's like, no, you know, either answer the question directly or just say, listen, I don't appreciate that question, you know, or I don't see what your point is. But you gotta resort to throwing the person under the bus that supposedly you like. Yeah, that shows me you don't fight fair. So if we're going to have a disagreement, you're not going to fight fair. You're going to do anything and say anything to get out of the situation. So yeah, that just to me, you know, just showed that, and that's why again I feel like it's not, he just wants surface, right? You know, he's not going to have to do a whole lot. You know, he could feed her a couple of meals, make her some jerk chicken, and she's good to go. And, you know, she's going to, you know, maybe she'll baby him a little bit too. I don't know. I don't get the catering vibe from Jefferi so much either, but, you know, I haven't seen it. Doesn't mean it's not there. But yeah, I think she's going to be a handful because she's busy looking for a kid for her children. And she's been vocal about it. I'm not just saying because she has 3 kids and no fathers in their lives. She said it. She's looking for a kid, you know, a father for the kids. So is Andre willing to be a father to her kids? And then the friend was like, oh, kids like him. Okay. I mean, that's nice, you know, but are you willing to, the commitment to a child each and every day is a lot different than playing around with your nieces and nephews, you know, when you visit for the holidays, or you at your friend's house and your kids are cool and you're going to play Fortnite with them. You know, that's different than the day-to-day of having 3 kids running around. You know, that's a lot of responsibility. So again, I think he needs to stop looking at the surface and really dig deeper. And the unfortunate part is it's even more so because Jefferi does not have a big support system, in that the fathers are, quote unquote, according to her, allegedly, to quote Jay, allegedly, the fathers are not involved, right? So I think he's taking more of a risk. At least you know what you're getting, right? You know, they say, you know, at least you know the devil, you know, go with the devil, you know. You know what you're going to get with James, Cynthia's ex, right? You see it, you know, but there's surprises. You know, there's all these windy roads with Jefferi's situation, because are they around? Are they not? Are they active? Are they not? Are they a little crazy? Are they not? Is she a little crazy or is she not? Allegedly.
Shawn? Thank you. Personally, I don't think he liked Cynthia from the beginning, but hey ho. Let's move on to the next couple then. Let's move on to obviously Mercedes and Marc Anthony and Cynthia again. I mean, not Cynthia, Jefferi again. Seems like Jefferi's been everything today. Mercedes, Marc Anthony, and Jefferi. What's you guys' thoughts on that? Before you answer, thank you guys for joining us. Obviously, we've had 755 of you guys on the live. You lot are killing it and crushing it. Appreciate you. Make sure you guys leave a like on the show. It just helps with the algorithm. We have over almost 800 of you guys in here. So press the like button right now. Let's get them likes all the way up, baby. All the way up. Okay. We appreciate you guys for joining us today. All right, let's keep the conversation going. We're talking about Marc Anthony. We're talking about Jefferi. We're talking about Mercedes. Yeah, the way that old boy was batting for Jefferi, it felt like he really wanted his boy to say Jefferi. Him and Andre similar. They wanted him to say Jefferi. I don't know if they got contracts waiting for them after the show. I don't know if it's because Jefferi's discussed them and maybe, you know, they can say that we can be a couple for a year or whatever, get our money up, you know, and get our brand deals up or something, because this defense of Jefferi is weird. It's just getting weird. And especially when the boy was like, bro, like Mercedes is our speed. Like she's the one that, you know, she jokes the way we do. Like she talks the way we do. And he still was trying to defend Jefferi. Like, you know, I was like, yeah. Okay, Marc Anthony. 3, you say you got 2 baby daddies you ain't seen and you excited about that. You didn't even want to have kids with, you didn't even want to have to do a situation with blended family, but you want to do Jefferi now? Okay, I see you. What's you guys' thoughts and ladies' thoughts? What's your thoughts on Marc Anthony? Well, what's your thoughts on Marc Anthony? Go for it, Faye.
All right. So I think Marc Anthony, he's very good looking. We all know this. He wants to be a pilot. Mercedes is a flight attendant. It makes them, like, if I was casting this and I saw those two, I would be like, yes, match right now. Like, it just makes the most sense for them to be together. I don't know why there's this back and forth between Jefferi and Mercedes, as if there's like a question as to who he should choose. Like he's in his like like early 30s. He's still in pilot school, like trying to figure his life out. She doesn't know if she wants kids or a dog or this or that. I don't remember what she said, but they're just like at the same stage of life. She's having fun, he's having fun, she's figuring it out, he's figuring it out. Like it's there's nothing more to figure out here, I think, for them in terms of compatibility. If they want to move forward, they're both good looking people. Like, I just think they would be a good match. In terms of him and Jefferi, I just don't understand. I don't get it. I don't see it. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Jefferi obviously has had some sort of a I don't know, spell on the guys or something. I don't know. I just don't see it. I don't get it. But maybe it's the feminine thing, the she exudes the feminine. I don't know. I'm not a guy, so I don't really see it. I don't get it. But I don't see that there's any connection there necessarily. Maybe an attraction on both ends, maybe. I think he's attracted to Jefferi. And she's obviously attracted to him. But other than that, they're at different stages in life. Obviously, she's got the kids. He doesn't even seem like he has had experience with kids to even know if he would want to be in a situation like that. And then lastly, even on the date where, and I think this was like last week when she talked about, she didn't have anyone to bring, but he just wasn't really concerned that she didn't have anyone to bring. He didn't ask really any questions. And I get that it's like exes. So in real life, you probably wouldn't care what an ex has to say, but it was just odd. I don't know if it's the, like with this show, you don't know if it's the casting or the production or the combination of, so it's hard to interpret, but I just don't understand what this back and forth with Jefferi versus Mercedes is. Like, it's not even a question in my mind.
Thank you, Faye. Good points. Who wants to go next? Sherlicka, Holmes, you ready? Or you chewed on that chip like you got an investigation going on?
Just trying. I just want to
chewing that chip.
Away right now.
You need a coffee with that, baby. You need a coffee and a donut with that, because you was chewing that thing like you had an investigation.
I'm on the case right now. I'm on the case right now. I'm sitting on stakeout. That's how this is going right now. I just want to throw this whole damn cast away because I'm just like, I'm just going to do it like this. On a comparison of seriousness level, Andre is beneath, not Andre, Marc Anthony, again, like Andre, is beneath Mercedes. Mercedes is a bit more serious as far as wanting a relationship goes compared to Marc Anthony. That's the only way I can do this, because otherwise it's not making no sense on why these people keep saying Jefferi. So we're leading with the sexual energy that we get from Jefferi on a regular basis. And I'm not getting that from Mercedes. Like, Mercedes gives off sexual tension to Marc Anthony because she does, I'm not gonna say desperately, but she does like seriously want him. But she's easy. Marc Anthony is a bit opposite of Andre. She's easy. She already, in his mind, he already has her in his back pocket. So that's not a problem. Jefferi is still up in the air because Jefferi still has options. Or whatnot. There's like probably about the same amount of chemistry there between the both of them. I do think on the scale that he would line up with Mercedes a bit more, but I also do feel that he wants to lead the relationship, and with Mercedes' natural self, she will overshine him. And that's just in my opinion. That's how I see it, that she will overshine him with her aspirations, her dreams, her goals, and everything. I really feel like over time, with all she wants to do, she's going to accomplish those things, and he's going to be still sitting in the same space if we gave him time. And that's just from the energy that he's giving me right now. I'm not saying that it's true and that he can't make more of himself than he already is. I'm just saying in this energy, he's not giving me, I'm a go-getter, I'm a hustler, I'm about to make things happen. And so I think over time, that would be a problem for their relationships to be like really be together, because he's going to feel insignificant in the relationship. And that's just my opinion. I also feel that he's not serious. So that's why Jefferi is always on the back thing. He wants just what he can get right now. Mercedes a bit more serious. And if he goes that route, he know that eventually he'll probably be hurting her because he doesn't want a real relationship. You know, him just trying to push his friend to the decision that he want. Again, I don't know why. Just say that, okay, yeah, I understand Mercedes is a good match, but bro, I'm gonna go with what I want to go with. Because hell, as many times as my friend might be like, yeah, no, if I want to do something, I'm gonna go do it. Like, it is what it is. I just wish these people be grown and just say, I hear you. I'm gonna think about it, but I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. In the meantime, I'm gonna go over here and see what this one's doing and stuff. And you know, if she's still over here, okay, let me stop, because if I was a boy, it'd be all bad. Okay, but for real. I don't know why we watching this show right now, because I'm just not impressed by anybody. So far, not impressed. I'm disappointed. When I thought we were getting somewhere and we were starting to get some couples that are kind of like blooming out of nowhere, everybody's disappointed me this week by just really picking this one person over here. So I don't know. Production is in everybody's ear. These people are just all delusional, what the case may be. Something in the water in Miami, and we need to just move on to Dallas. I have no clue. I'm kind of over it right now. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So for me, I think that Marc Anthony has put himself in a really good position when it comes to Mercedes, because he's in so good at this point. If he doesn't choose Mercedes, if he gets into another relationship and that relationship doesn't work, he can go back to Mercedes and say, I'm sorry. And she'll give him another chance. That's how well of a position he's in right now. He knows it. So he's playing the game really, really smart, because she has to be in the conversation. She has to be in the mix in order for her to say, okay, I'll accept your apology. You know, or let's try to make this work, because she's into him that much. That's a dangerous part about being into someone so soon, because you leave yourself vulnerable for situations like this. Like, she's putting all her eggs in the Marc Anthony basket, and it's super dangerous. Like Coach said, it's pretty easy right now. I think it was clear to me that it was easy when they were doing the aerobics or something, and they were up against the wall. They were, you know, he said, come closer to me, or something like that he said, and she did, and it was like, oh, okay. Yep, that's it right there. So to me, I think that is what really comes out between these two. I think that Marc Anthony is not so much ready to love. He just want to see what's out there. He's the type of guy who he's been told before. Like, every time we mention Marc Anthony, the first thing that someone will say is that he's attractive. I get that, and he gets that as well. He gets it all the time. And a man who gets that type of attention all the time, it's kind of hard to get him to focus on just one woman. Not saying it's impossible, but it can be hard for him to focus on one woman when everyone is coming to him, looking at him like, oh, look, he's shiny, he's cute, he's handsome. Let me go talk to him. So for him, I think that he's young right now too. So he's at a space that he doesn't have that maturity yet to handle the stepfather for that Jefferi needs, but he's also not at that mature level to be just with Mercedes. Mercedes thinks he is, or thinks he can be. That's why she has her hopes up high, but I see a little bit different. That's all.
Yeah, I don't want to be a dead horse. I just think it's pretty obvious why he's picking Jefferi. It's a mix of what everyone is saying, or why he wants Jefferi. Marc Anthony knows good and well that outside of this show, he would have way more options, and probably even better options, you know, to him. So for him, when you're talking about picking between Jefferi and Mercedes, is Mercedes probably someone he should be thinking about settling down with? Possibly, but that's not where his mind is, and he's lying, talking about he looking to do this once, and it's cap. So if you're not really focused on long term, why wouldn't you pick Jefferi for the short term? Because she's giving more interesting vibes. Mercedes is giving, you know, probably the same vibes or more watered down vibes from the baddies that he gets outside of this process. So I mean, it's really just a no-brainer. It's not going to be it. On top of the fact, I said multiple times, you always want to be a little bit, and I don't want to tussle Shawn, JR, Corey. I don't want to tussle. This is my opinion. You always want to be a little bit less into the man than he is into you. If you over here super smitten, head over heels, you gonna set yourself up for the okie doke. If you don't believe it, fight me. That's fine. But it just don't be working out. It literally doesn't be working out. And she should have played the game a little bit better. I know we're supposed to just be ourselves, right? Be ourselves, but being yourself is gonna have you looking silly and with your nose wide open for Marc Anthony, because he ain't checking for her to that degree. He likes her, but it won't be enough.
Yeah, I'll speak on that after everybody else leaves. After everyone else speaks.
Don't fight me, fight your mama.
No.
Y'all can do whatever y'all want.
You know I don't fight. You know I don't do that. You know,
No, you don't, Corey, actually.
Black I do.
No, Corey doesn't give me a hard time. He doesn't.
I will. Who hasn't spoken yet on this subject yet? Go for it, Shawn.
So I'm just going to minimize and avoid that whole conversation. So what I would say is I think Marc Anthony really doesn't have, I don't know if it's the relationship bandwidth, it's the relationship experience. And by experience, I don't mean like he, of course, you know, he's a good looking guy. The women love him, right? But I don't know that he's also similar like Andre. I don't know that the depth is there. So for me, I don't get it. Like, it just does not make sense. I must be missing something, because you have a woman on one hand who is your vibe. You guys have similar interests. She's single, no kids, no attachments. You guys can be footloose and fancy free. You've already said that you do not want children. You know, not that he doesn't want children, but he doesn't want to have to deal with a woman that has children. And then you do the exact opposite. So I don't know if, again, and a couple of people said it in the comments, and maybe it is. Maybe there's something off camera that we just don't see that is drawing Andre and Marc Anthony to Jefferi, because it's definitely something that I don't see. And for me, even the friend, like, if your boys are always going to tell you the truth, right? And the boy was like, you know, his boy was like, you know what, you know, like, bro, this girl is our vibe. She's attractive, you know, she gets along well with us. He didn't even see it for Jefferi, and he just saw the looks, right? You know, and I don't know how much Marc Anthony told him about the backstory and kids and but he was like, yeah, she cute, but you know, this girl's our vibe. So I'm really just questioning his level of depth, his level of seriousness in the process, and where he thinks he's going, you know, what's going to happen with Jefferi, right? When the show's over and he's home and they're home together and you got three children running around, you know, is he going to be Mr., you know, clean it up, change them diapers, helping her be the stepdaddy? I don't know. It don't look like that to me. You know, so I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. But again, I'm not in the process, so maybe I'm missing something.
Go for it, Joe.
Yeah, I don't get Marc Anthony now either, to be honest. Like, so he has shared a kiss with Jefferi twice. Immediately after the second kiss, he went on a date with Mercedes and kissed her. And that, to me, was more of a passionate, playful date. You know, there were some sexual innuendos thrown around. There was some lip locking, multiple occasions. And I got the vibe that they were speaking off the show probably more than they were speaking to anybody else. Now, if he wants something serious, then I don't understand why he would choose Jefferi, because that's going to be a serious situation. This is a woman who's got 3 kids already. This isn't a woman that you want to go and play around with, and you're going to get to go on fun dates and all of that stuff. Her time is going to be taken by her motherhood duties, because the kids' fathers aren't there. So she's going to be with her kids a lot. So if he's going to come into that situation, he better realize he's going to be in a serious situation. The fun would be had with Mercedes, because, like has already been alluded to, they're both early 30s, similar interests. The friend likes her. He likes her to a great degree as well. So I really think Jefferi is his backup option. And the reason why I say that is because once upon a time, a few episodes ago, there was Demario. And when Marc Anthony and Jefferi connected, just before going on the date, just before going on the boat, sorry, Marc Anthony was number 1 at that time in Jefferi's mind, right? When they got on the boat, they were still number 1s, and Demario felt like he was probably being pushed out or X'd out or replaced by Marc Anthony. Fast forward to when they've come off the boat now, Andre's back. Now Andre has overtaken Marc Anthony in Jefferi's estimation by the way that she's been intimate with him and the way that she views him. So Marc Anthony, I'm not sure what he's looking at, but surely he must have noticed Andre come in and sweep Jefferi right away from him if he thought he had her. And if that's the case, then look, it's okay to have a backup option, because obviously what you're working with Mercedes, you might find something out, but prioritize Mercedes because she is much more compatible with you. If we're looking at compatibility for Marc Anthony, he's made a few comments like, I'm here for the shorties and all that other stuff. But look, in terms of compatibility, Mercedes and Marc Anthony are probably the most suited at this stage in their lives. So that's who he needs to go for. It may be not the most exciting option, but who wants to be excited about, 3 potential children running around the house all day? You're trying to get attention from the mom and want to go on dates and all these other different things. She's not going to be able to do that. So, he needs to wake up, realize that life in a relationship with someone who's got that situation going on is not going to be fun and games. The fun is going to come from going on the dates and the flights and the trips and the excursions and the dinner dates with someone who is much more compatible with you.
Yeah, you know what? To me, it seems that with Jefferi, all the men that she likes, it's like it's hard to pinpoint exactly what her type is. Like, what is she looking for? None of the men are alike. Demario is nothing like Marc Anthony. Marc Anthony is nothing like Andre. It goes on and on. So it's like, what is she really looking for? Because she says she likes all these people. She thinks they're very special to her and she can see a future with them. But what are you seeing that no one else can see? So that's a big question for that. But I do want to address what cway said regarding men. Well, a woman shouldn't like a man as much or something like that. cway, what did you say? Can you hear? Yeah, so I will say this, that it goes both ways. I can buy what cway is saying, but at 50% off, because it goes both ways. I have been in situations where I have shown the woman that I like her more than she's shown me, and it can come back to bite you whether you're a man or a woman. So when the relationship starts to slip away, or they get to know each other, starts to slip away, I immediately realize what was done. Now, there is some game, unfortunately. There is some gaming to relationships. You can't just be honest and say you like someone. You can't just put your heart out there. You just can't be vulnerable with just anyone, because people look at that. It's a power position. It's a power play. You know, Kojo and Shawn and I, we've talked about this before. You know, it's a power play. It's a position play, and you know, one day we'll all be able to say, okay, hey, we can pour our heart to her we want to talk to, and they'll accept us for who we are, and blah blah blah. But you can't do that with everyone. So with the situation between Mercedes and Marc Anthony, I just think that's one that's going to come back and bite her. And it's unfortunate, but it may cause her some hurt at the end of the day, because she's really into Marc Anthony. So just want to say that part on what Sylvia was saying. That's all. Coach, you want to add?
Yeah, I want to say I disagree with the let a man love you more than a woman. I want to disagree wholeheartedly. That leads to imbalances. Now, of course, I believe that when we like each other, someone might like someone a little bit more than the other, right? Small percentages. But when we say a man needs to like you more than a woman, yeah, we're starting with the imbalances, and that usually leads to one, either him super inflating your particular value in his life, meaning he puts you on a pedestal and he begins to worship you, or two, you know, it can go the completely opposite way, which is that he doesn't really rate you at all. But I mean, for me personally, I don't feel like a man should love the woman more than the woman loves a man. I think this always ends badly. Women tend to take advantage of these type of men. They tend to be more feminine, these type of men. They tend to be hurt more, these type of men, because you're choosing somebody who's willing to go above and beyond, and in the exchange of love. There should be equal. And of course, equal is subjective here, because of course it's not going to exactly be 50-50. We're going to love each other 100-100. It's not going to exactly be that exact type of way. But we should be loving each other the same. And whenever we, it's a misconception of people drop that line like, oh, a man should love a woman more. What do you mean a man should love a woman more? This is how we end up with men who then later on down the line end up cheating on you. You don't love him. So why would you think you want him to love you more, but he can see that you don't love him the same way? He gonna step out. I'm talking about the ones that usually, I'm not talking about every single case, by the way, guys. Again, so I'm generalizing. It's not every single case. Most cases, both women and men are buffoons for stepping out. But you know, in a lot of cases, there can be where, and this actually goes back to the same thing again. The reason why people say that is because they believe that men don't really have feelings. This is the reason why that term was put out, because men don't have feelings. So of course, we will love you more. Because we don't have feelings. You have feelings, but we don't have feelings. So, of course, we need to love you more. It goes back to that same principle. It's that same thing we're talking about how, again, we spoke about how, please don't choose me if you don't find me attractive. And then we had an argument about that. It's all in that same bracket. Should a man be intentional about his love for you? Absolutely. Should a man take a lead in those things? Absolutely. But to say that a man should love you more than a woman loves you, it's ridiculous. It's not even biblical, because the Bible does not prescribe that at all. What it does say is that a man should love his wife like Christ loved the church. It does not say a man should love a woman more than she loves him. That's how you get into controlling relationships, because you know that man loves you more and you can do whatever you want. That's how it ends up in abuse. And the thing is, a lot of you want the comfortability of having control over that man and knowing exactly what he does. This is why you choose ugly men. No, I'm going to keep it all the way real with you tonight. This is why you don't choose ugly men, and then it becomes a problem later on because you don't like him. You don't really like him, but you're looking for that safety, and safety doesn't work for very long, because once you get everything you want, you out. This is why we have a lot of issues in relationships. But don't worry, I'm saying it raw. When Stephen Speaks says it for you guys, I'll do the review so you can actually watch it. I know a lot of you love Stephen Speaks. You won't argue with him, you argue with me. But I'm telling you, that's what he said too. So the exact same thing. Go for it, Shawn. Anyone want to say something?
Yeah, I think it's the same vein as the happy wife, happy life notion, right? It's this, you know, the woman has a little bit more and the man just, you know, kind of suffers in silence just a little bit, even if we make it just a little bit. No, there should be balance in relationships. There's the happy wife, happy life anthem is out the door, right? It should be happy spouse, happy house. We both need to be in good relationships. Your needs are not prioritized over mine, and nor are and mine over yours. So I think we really have to learn, a better way. And I saw people in the comments, oh, Auntie and them and all of them used to say it. But every time we talk about, let's go back to, what the Black family looked like, right? Y'all tell us that grandma wasn't happy because Pappy was out here having several households and grandma just bit the bullet. So no, we're not going to pick and choose when you're going to listen to grandma and the elders because they told you to sacrifice and suffer a lot of things too. But y'all don't want to sacrifice that. So we're going to talk about 2023 and going forward. 2023 and going forward, we need to have balance. We need to have a mutual, reciprocal kind of love in order to have health and satisfaction in our relationships, right? It can't be, oh, I love you a little bit more, so that makes you sleep well at night. But how do I sleep? And I think, and I'll end it here, but Deval and Kadeen had a great piece about this when they were talking during their book tour. And Deval said, what do you wake up in the morning thinking about, Kay? And she said, the kids and the things that I have to do. And he's waking up thinking about all the things that he wants to do for her and the life that he wants to provide for her. But at that time, she wasn't a priority. He wasn't a priority for her in that sense, right? Didn't mean she didn't love him, but he wasn't the first thing that she thought about. So thankfully, she was open enough to realize that, hey, we got to make a paradigm shift and look at the way we relate with each other. So, yeah.
I hear what both of you guys are saying, and what I'm saying is I do agree with the love part. What I'm talking about is being vulnerable enough to express how you feel about someone early. So that's what I'm saying. That's what cway was saying. As far as the early part, I think that's what it was saying. But when it comes to love, I'm gonna tell you, like, this is how I feel. I feel that love is a seesaw. I feel like in a relationship, you love your partner more sometimes, you love them a little less sometimes. Depends on what's going on, depends on the interactions you guys have, the things that happen to you guys in life, right? You're not going to be on this cloud nine in a relationship or in a marriage forever. You're going to have those peaks and valleys in the relationship, but we got to have them together. It's not just going to be me, loving you so much, and you never rise to my occasion. You never rise where I am, but I'm always up here. So it can't be that either. So I think that that what you guys are saying is some truth to it, but I don't want to be misleading in saying that the high of love is going to always be at the same level for both people, because usually it doesn't happen that way. Usually someone is going to love someone, to be into someone a little bit more than the other. It shouldn't be by a whole lot, but it's going to be at least a little bit more than the other. Just my 2 cents.
I was just going to say, I don't want to drag this too much because I know it's a little bit off like the topic, but I think some of those like adages, like the, women, men should love a woman more than the man. I think there's another one, like women keeping the peace with a man or something like that. Like those are all just like phrases that kind of describe the natural, relationship that happens between a man and a woman. So I think it just kind of gets taken out of it's like too extreme to just be like, yeah, like a man shouldn't love a woman more than, it should be equal. Like, I just feel like men and women do love differently. And that saying comes from the fact that women tend to put out more and men tend to not. And so if a man loves more, it really does end up equaling the same that a woman would put out eventually. And so that's kind of where that comes from. So I do believe it to be true, because I think that it is true that women do love differently, and a lot of times that women put out more. So if you tend to get a little bit more from a man, then you can kind of, hopefully think that it's going to equal out in the end. That's kind of where those phrases come from. But it's not like quite literally where it's like, the man's just head over heels and like, the woman doesn't care at all, I don't think that's at all what some of those phrases are trying to say. And even with some of the ones that, women, keep the peace with your man, I think, again, not to be taken literally. I know some people that do, where it's like they don't confront their husband with anything. They just like keep the peace in the house. He does whatever he wants, or whatever. But, I think that saying just went like, don't be the nagging person, pick your battles, is probably a better way to say it. But the idea is that, obviously no man wants someone that's going to be nagging him and things like that. But it doesn't mean that you shouldn't confront situations or come to a man about something. So some of these adages, I think, are just the way that we phrase things that we know to be true in relationships. And that's just one of them. I think, when a woman tends to put out everything, and bringing it back to the Mercedes and Marc Anthony situation, she's definitely more into him than he is her. That's never going to work, because that's just, it's just not how it works. So yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
Now, y'all know I like a little tussle. So I like a little tussle. We have 750 people in this room, so I'm going to tussle some more. Okay. I'm going to say it again. I think it's rooted in toxicity to say that a man should love a woman more. I'm going to take that straight, because the way that we love, all right, the way that we love, we have different ways of loving. That does not mean I should love you more. What it should mean is that I love you in a particular way. I said this on a live when we were talking about submission. I said that as a man, how I show my love to you, women want that love from us. They want us to be, to do little surprises, to be emotional, to care about you, and da-da-da. And what we want is respect. Okay? You know what? We'd be happy with some food in our belly, watching the game on a Sunday and chilling. But y'all want to drag us out somewhere, go somewhere nice, do something. That's how women like their things, and we like our things. Really simple, right? But that doesn't mean I love you more. And I think, again, I'm going to go back to a lot of people have rooted this idea, and it comes from a toxic space. It comes from being where men have taken advantage of women. And so the way to try and combat that, rather than trying to find a healthy medium, is to say a man should love you more. No, a man loves in a different way. Absolutely. But we don't love you more. And when I'm saying the more, I'm talking about a percentage that's too wild. We agree that there's going to be instances, and I said this in my first statement, we agree there are going to be instances. It's not going to be exactly 50-50 or 100-100. We know that already. What we're saying is, when we start saying that a man should love a woman more, it often is dismissive of the fact that when you have a healthy man and a healthy woman, we also want love. We also want to be cared for. We also want to be thought of. We also want to be taken care of. So it's not just we do this for you. We want the same reciprocation as well. Now, we might want it in a slightly different way, but we want reciprocation. So I'm not saying literally it has to be 50-50, because there's no such thing in a relationship, 50-50. But when we start saying those terms, when we start saying those terms about a man should love a woman more, if you start a relationship that way, I'm going to guarantee you're going to end up with a guy oftentimes who's at your mercy and your will. At your mercy and your will. What you need for me to be is intentional with my love. That's what you need me to be. You need me to be intentional. You need my word to match my action. When I say I like you, to match it. What you need from me is consistency. What you need from me is responsibility. What you need from me is dependability. You don't need me to love you more than you love me. And this is going back to that same case with that woman where she was saying about her husband did X, Y, and Z for her, and she still called him ugly. And we knew how that was going to end, because it always ends that way, badly. Okay. All right. And I'm going to tell you, when we start saying a man should love a woman more, the dynamic usually is the man ends up folding towards a woman's demands, mostly in that relationship. And he ends up in a situation where it's control. That's what I'm saying to you, that if you want a healthy relationship, you're talking about a healthy relationship, it's not that we love you more. It's not that we love you more. That's for God, not for me.
You know what? I think that what you said makes a lot of sense, Kojo. What you said makes a lot of sense. But I think it's the difference of how we're interpreting what women are saying when they say they want love. What you're saying is what they want. They want you to be more intentional. They want their security. That to them, by saying the man should love the woman more, makes the woman feel more secure. It's just my opinion. Can't say what a woman is saying. But to me, that's what I gather from that, is that it makes her feel more secure when you give her more love. But that more love that we're speaking about is exactly what you're saying about being intentional as a man. about the things you do. You need to have a purpose when you're loving her, when you're pursuing her. That makes her feel more secure. So she's going to rock with you more when you do that type of stuff. Now, the lovey-dovey, the love for that I think that is being interpreted now is not so much what they're trying to say. I think it's the intentional part. The more intentional we are with them, the more we show them this, the more we show them that. That's how they receive love from a man. We give it differently. So I don't think they want the puppy dog and the sensitive guy and all that. I don't think that's what they're asking for.
Yeah, Corey, you
make my point.
But no,
but wait. I have to challenge him. He's making my point
this whole time.
I know, but wait. He made my point because I said that point already. I said it's about the interpretation. The reason I have an issue with this is it breeds a culture. We talk about this, right? It's the same thing when I said about a woman saying to a man, I want to put me in my place. You think I don't know what she means? What she means is she wants a man that can be more in control and a man who can actually handle her. But we said it's toxic. It breeds a culture. So when you start saying a man should love a woman more, I'm talking about the culture it starts to breed. Because for me and you, we're grown. We can say that stuff. But for the younger man and younger woman, they don't know no better. They're new. So that breeds this particular culture in this instance. And I'm saying to you, no, it's not a man should love a woman more. What we should be is intentional and say those words. I want a man to be intentional. I want a man that actually cares about me. Because where that came from, where a man should love a woman, is coming from a toxic space. Women were hurt. And so what they saw in their experience was, no, you should have a man that loves you more because I've seen how men behave when they don't love you. And you're absolutely right, but he shouldn't love you more. What you need to have is somebody who equally loves you the same way you love them. Don't choose somebody who's going to be a safe option as well. You know he's safe. You just want to be safe. No, choose somebody who you love and they love you. You find them attractive, they find you attractive. All right? That's what I'm saying. I agree with the point, but I really am going to combat that point about the men should love a woman more. And it goes back to that same place, about where culturally, I said it builds a culture of type of relationship. That's what I'm saying. I feel like we should go on for it, cway. I said my piece.
I think we have to be careful about living in extremes. And I think a lot of times, not just on this channel, but we tend to just go to the most extreme place. And that's really not what is meant. Actually, Corey said it almost better than I actually think I could have said it. So shout out to Corey. But the best way I can explain this in practicality is that when women say we want a man to love us more, we're saying is that a lot of the times for a man to do all those things, Kojo, that you said, that means, you're just being intentional, you're this and that. It seems like those type of men have to love you more to rise to that certain standard. And I'm going to give an example. If you are the perfect person and you don't have to love a person more to do all those intentional things, then fantastic. But a lot of times you can have a man and a woman. And this is so hard to explain because this is just one of those things that women in healthy relationships understand. Not women in toxic relationships, women in healthy ones. Ask the married ones. I'm sure they'll tell you this. It's not, y'all are so frustrated. It's very unfortunate. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is when you have a woman, a lot of times we need more. We can love you exactly the same, but we need more emotional assurance. We need more this, we need more that. And a lot of times a man who loves us exactly the same cannot always do those things, cannot meet us emotionally where we need to be, cannot always reassure us. So when we say we want a man to love us more, a lot of the times it takes a man having a little bit more love to have a little bit more patience, to show up, to be a little bit more patient, to be there, to be to have that safety that we need. So it's not about being in a relationship and then taking advantage of a man, or I don't know what you were saying. Like, we go to sleep not thinking about y'all, but y'all are going to sleep thinking about us. That's not what that phrase means. You're still thinking about each other. You're still loving each other. It's still about each other. It's about that as a woman, you want a man to be that safe space, the emotional safe haven. And a lot of the times it feels like for that man to be that safe haven, they have to have a little bit more patience, a little bit more love, a little bit more of XYZ to do that. That's really all that means. But it's, you guys, there's no need to tussle about it. Y'all can do whatever y'all want in y'all relationships. But this is, this is how a lot of women feel. And this is why we say what we say. It doesn't really come from a toxic place if you understand why we're saying what we're saying. But everybody can do what they want to do. Go on, set yourself off.
You know what? Shawn gave a good example with Duvall, right? Duvall Ellis, what he said that Kay thinks about when she wakes up versus what he thinks about when he wakes up. That to a woman is, in my opinion, is a man giving more love, because she's not thinking about him. She's thinking about the responsibilities of the babies, right? But because Duvall is waking up thinking about how is he going to do X, Y, and Z for his wife, thinks about how to make her happy, this, that, and other. To her, that's intentional. So to her, that's him loving her. So she's going to internalize that in a different way. So that is what I took from it. Coach, you got us. I'm waiting for me, bro. I feel you. I feel you. Let's go.
Thank you for bringing that point up, because you've proved a point. What happened after DeVale and Kadeem? What did he end up doing? He ended up cheating. Thank you. After he cheated, what happened? She said she realized that she needed to be more intentional about what? Serving him as well. So you cannot be in a healthy relationship and think it's going to last very long when you think that the man should love you more. Brilliant example. I really appreciate you bringing that example up, because what happened after is he ended up cheating on her because he couldn't tell her he couldn't tell her what he felt. And I keep telling you that, listen, men have feelings too. We have feelings. We also want to share. We also want to be loved as well. So what I'm saying to you is, it's not that we shouldn't be intentional. We should be intentional. We should be showing you love. We should be more emotional. Okay, we can be more emotional in our conversation to understand you a bit better. That's not loving you more, right? The scripture in 1 Corinthians 13 is not to men. It's to men and women. What love is that it's patient. You should be patient. I should be patient. It's enduring. You should be enduring. I should be enduring. It covers a multitude of sins. That's you. That's me. It does not just prescribe it to one person to do more than the other. That's what I'm trying to tell you. A lot of that, that's why I said that particular phrase is incorrect. I'm not saying a man should lead in love. I'm not saying he shouldn't do that. What I said is a phrase, a man should love you more, is incorrect. And maybe it worked for a time where men went to work and women stayed at home and that's all it was. But this common day and age where we get to say how we feel and we have emotions and we actually starting to sit in it now. And I say, hey, look, we feel something. I need to be serviced and you need to be serviced. So the denial of that is when we start saying men should love women more. It's to say that men have the capacity to love you more all the way through. And that's why I said DeVale is a great example, because that exactly is what happened. After he couldn't explain how he felt, he ended up cheating. And then when he came back, Kadeem was like, oh my God, I realize now that actually, you know what, when you wake up and think about me, I don't do the same. That is a deficit in a relationship. That's exactly what I'm talking about. The deficit in the relationship.
But who is that on though? Is it on her or is it on Duvall? Because you just made a point that Duvall woke up thinking about her. She knew that. She felt that. So she didn't think anything was wrong. She felt everything was fine. It's because of him though. He didn't know how to communicate that to her. So you can't put the blame on her in that situation. Okay, I see what you're saying. But I'm just saying that with Duvall, he's the one to blame because he didn't communicate that effectively to his wife, that he wasn't feeling the love from her that he needed to feel from her. She was fine. She heard what he had to say, what he was thinking about, and because he was acting out on those things, it made her feel secure in the relationship, made her feel secure in the marriage. Therefore, I don't think she saw that cheating coming, but it was him that wasn't able to communicate that. You see what I'm saying?
I agree with you.
Yeah.
And that's my point. It goes back to the fact that men have feelings and don't explain that they have feelings. And that's why he couldn't explain. So that's why he ended up in the position he ended up in. And it starts with things like this. This is a building block. Men are supposed to love women more. It starts with that building block. It's not correct. We're not God. God is God. Let God love you more than you love him. I don't love you more than you love me. We have to love each other. I have to love you like I love myself. And you should do the same. Otherwise, there's going to be a deficit in a relationship. But go on, Shawn. Shawn was going to speak. My bad.
You know what? Never mind.
No, say your opinion, bro. You know, we're like a little tussle here. It's not big.
Yeah, no, it's just a little frustrating, only because the fact that it's just very easy to tell a man what they should do. And then when we object or tell you our opinion about it, or we give you evidence to why that's something that we don't want to do, we get told a whole litany of a million and one other things. So I just don't. For me, I don't get it. And a lot of us, you know, some people, listen, if you're in a relationship and your man is fine with the love being imbalanced, then listen, I'm not telling you what to do in your relationship, but I'm saying for me and mine, I'm not going into any situation where there's an intentional imbalance. And we're talking about intentional, right? You know, it's not like, oh, you know, there's ebbs and flows. I was married. I definitely understand that. But I'll tell you, my ex-wife never told me or never expressed that she needed me to love her more than than she loved me. And I wouldn't have entered into a marriage where someone told me that the relationship is predicated or is going to be more successful if you love me a little bit more. No. Now, if our feelings naturally evolve and, you know, the love changes, you can't change that, but it's the intentionality for me. And I really do think, you know, y'all are really good at intellectualizing, and I'm saying y'all, you know, I'm not going to say, well, this person in the comments and that person. We're talking in general terms, right? You said men in general need to love women more than the women love them. So in general, when y'all talk about, you know, in intellectualizing anything, and we want to stretch it out a little further and say, hey, listen, that breeds a level of toxicity. That breeds a level of control where the woman feels a false sense of security because you feel like the man loves you a little bit more. It gives you more of leeway. Well, no, I'm not ascribing to that notion. I'm not ascribing to that paradigm because I don't want a relationship where I need to feel one way because somebody does X or Y. That doesn't lend itself to a very healthy relationship long term. If you got a problem with me, you need to talk about that problem. You shouldn't be worried about me loving you more or less. You know, my treatment to you should be because we said vows to each other in marriage, right? We said vows. So we should be vowing to be true to each other, the good and bad in both of us. Right? And if there's an issue, we got a problem, there's a gap, we need to be able to address it freely. And for people that there's mistaken or bad relationships, it's not because one person loved too much. It's because people are people and people are going to make mistakes. You know, you want to point to the fact that, oh, well, this one cheated because they loved them too much. No, they cheated because they're a flawed person. And people act out and do things because they're flawed people. We all are flawed. You know, so there's no right love mixture recipe formula that's going to guarantee you to have a successful marriage. You need two people who are very intentional about loving each other, about sacrificing each other, about putting their needs before the needs of the other, not going into it saying, oh, I need you to love me a little bit more so we can have a successful outcome. And that's where I'll land my plane.
Go for it, Faye.
I promise I'm not going to say anything more after this on this particular
No, it's
thing.
okay. You're allowed to.
The term, I understand where there could be potential toxicity from it, I guess, if you're taking it literally. But it is not a literal adage. Like, that's not what it's literally saying. Like, men love differently, women love differently. We were trying to get on the same page by saying that so men could meet the standards that women would like. And so that's where the phrase came from. If you take it literally, then yes, I could see how things would be imbalanced. But the one other thing I want to say is like the Deval Kadeem thing. I don't really follow them too much. But I don't like the parallel of like, oh, well, she woke up thinking about the kids and he woke up thinking about her, and then that's why he cheated. Like I just feel like women, we are wired to think a certain way. When you have children, I don't have kids personally, but I know I have a lot of friends who have children, and they're, you know, and I'm in the healthcare field myself, and there is definitely some things that change once you have children. And so women do go into that mode of nurturing and thinking about their children. And that's something that women have to deal with, and how to prioritize their husband and also their kids. I don't think that's like a parallel directly to this phrase of women loving men, or men loving women more than women love men, like that. And then him waking up thinking about her. I mean, he should, you know, I mean, yeah, like, you know, maybe he should throw the kids in there. I don't know. But at the same time, I don't think that's like a direct correlation to now being like, oh, well, that's why he cheated. Like, and yes, she did realize, as you said, I don't know, but you said that she realized that, you know, she should prioritize him more. Sure. But I don't think that's an excuse, a reason to then step out, you know, because your wife is still trying to figure out, you know, how to prioritize children and you. That's not okay. I could see why it could happen maybe, but I don't think this is like the same thing that we're talking about here in terms of women and men and how they love. Maybe we can get rid of the phrase if people just don't like it so much, but the idea is that, you know, a lot of times women do put out more. We are more of the nurturers. We love more. We do more intentional things, and typically men will not. And so that's where the phrase comes from, but it's not to be taken literally. And that's all I have to say.
No, I appreciate your point. Listen, what I appreciate your point in this situation. So the reason why, again, I was harping on it is because it's incorrect phrasing, which actually comes from an incorrect ideology. And I'm so direct on this because when we talk about men having incorrect ideology, I also am strong on them as well, right? Now, you just said something earlier on. You said, we don't like when men say this, but yet we're telling you the exact same thing. We don't like when you say that because it comes from an incorrect ideology. Now, if we're in a marriage, right? And I wake up thinking about what I can do better for you, but you wake up and only think about yourself. Are we really in an equal relationship? Should it be that way? Should it be that when I wake up, I'm thinking about how better to make your life, but when you wake up, you don't think how better to make my life? This is why marriages don't work, because you're not in servitude. In servitude, we both have to think about the other person. Otherwise, there's a deficit. And that's what I'm saying about men loving a woman more creates deficits. It creates gaps. And so, again, that phrasing comes with an ideology that's false and creates a particular toxic type of relationship. That's my angle on this. And so I'm not saying that I don't understand the fact that a man should do X, Y, and Z, but all that you guys have said is about the intentionality of that man thinking about how to love you. It's not about him loving you more. Also, adding the fact that the scripture says Christ loved the church, man should love his wife, does not mean you love your wife more than she loves you. It's about the type of love and how you give it. So it's not about I love my wife more, I love her. No, it's about the type of love that you give. So in this instance, we can't. Okay, so Mark, I hear you, but we don't love people like Christ exactly loves, right? Because if we did, you'd forgive your wife of anything. If she cheats on you 5 times, you're gonna take it back? You're not Christ. So there is a difference. The same way a father loves a daughter, you can't love the wife like your father loves a daughter. Father's gonna love his daughter no matter what. If you start cheating on me, am I gonna love you the same way the father loves you? No. There are differences and nuances, and it's not about loving the person more. It's about understanding how we love you. That I agree with, and I would want women to put it in that way. I want a man that's intentional. I want a man who's going to appreciate me. I want a man that's going to do these kind of things, X, Y, and Z. That's fine, because that's stating what you actually want. When we put it as I want a man to love, it's lazy, and actually what it covers too much, and it puts men in a position, like I said, not for me and you, because we're grown. But it puts the younger people at a particular place where they have to start thinking about relationship. Well, I gotta love the woman more than she loves me. And then it puts them in a place, well, my needs don't really matter. For me and you, I'm grown. You tell me that, I'm gonna look at you like you're crazy. If you tell me that I need a man that loves me more than I love them, I'm gonna look at like you're crazy, because I'm looking for somebody who serves. I'm looking at somebody who sees that servitude is the way to go forward. I want to serve you. You want to serve me. And that's what I'm looking for. Not that I love you more. Because and again, I think Shawn's wording here was perfect for a false sense of security. We don't want that. So yes, if you want me to love you, you want me to take care of you, you want me to do X, Y, and Z to show that I love you, fine. But to say you want me to love you more, I'm disagreeing. I'm saying, in a sense, go for it. See where you want to challenge, or Black One's challenge. Go for it,
I think the part that you mentioned, that it creates a deficit, kind of takes away from where this saying came from. A lot of the times women wake up in servitude. They wake up trying to figure out what they can do for their husband. It's because women are naturally nurturers. And I ain't talking about me personally, because I ain't said I did any of that. But I'm talking about women in general are nurturers by nature. We're carers by nature. We wake up thinking of others by nature. And especially if you're an empath, we feel things, right? So that saying came from men are not like that. They have other good qualities, right? They're providers. Hopefully they're leaders. Hopefully they're emotional regulators. Hopefully they have all of those things. But as far as it's like extending yourself, emotionally nurturing, waking up in the morning, think about, that's what we do. So when the phrase says you want a man to love you more, again, like Faye said, it's not literal. It's that it's saying that we want the man to come kind of that extra inch that he doesn't have to meet us where we are in that place. Now I understand you're saying, well, where we have deficits in other areas, maybe you guys are stronger. And then maybe we can pick up more there, whatever. So it all equals out. But the point is that when we both kind of meet each other at our strengths and try to pick up where we're lacking and fill in the gaps, we all even out. That's really all it means. Because a lot of times we give. We want all this emotional security, and we're thinking of you, and we want to figure out what sock color we want to pick out for you, and what's your favorite food that we can do, and how we can do this laundry for you, whatever the stuff that people do, women do a lot of the times. Is it the modern 2023 women? I don't know. But I'm talking about what, and JR says no, that's fine. But I'm talking about where it came from and how that comes, because there's a lot of, I would say, shout out to my Taurus women. If you're a Taurus, you're a lover, you're emotional, I'm going to single you guys out, because this ain't about Sagittarius. We're good. We're not involved in this. But if you're like that type of a woman,
wow,
you need to find a man that loves you a little bit more. And I you're going to need a man, even if he doesn't love you, nor you're going to need a man that's going to meet you where you're at to make you feel emotionally safe, whatever you want to call it. Kojo has asked the delegation not to call it that. Okay. So we'll respect his wishes in 2023, but call it what you want. You want to feel safe. Taurus gang, stand up. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Go for it, Shawn. Sorry, go.
Yeah, I think that the biggest thing here is that we kind of need to hear each other. And I think this conversation, as drawn out as it might have gotten, is a perfect example of, myself included, where we're just not hearing each other. And I think one of the things that just happens is it's just very difficult sometimes when two people feel strongly, especially a man and a woman in a relationship, about one thing or another, for them to really hear each other. Right. And I think what's being missed is, especially in this conversation, is the fact that as men, we are trying to tell you that we don't like the notion of that. There might be a man, and there are some that are fine with it, and that works for them. Right. But a couple of us are saying, yeah, that don't work, because I think that the whole notion that women are nurturers and women are carers, absolutely you are. Right. But you always don't nurture and do the exact thing that your man wants you to do. You do the thing innately which comes to you to do, right? So that's what, in the Val example, the women are at their core, the best moms. So they're at their nature, they are designed to care for their children, and they do a phenomenal job at that as a whole, right? Not every, but for the most part, right? But the miss is when women do have children, in a lot of instances, they forget about their husband. And this was an example of that, right? So in the nurturing and the taking care of, there was a husband who felt left out. And this happens. And it happens. And I've been in marriage, and I've been married, not in marriages, but a marriage. It happens. And some of it, you just need to be called out on the notion of, because women will be like, well, I'm not supposed to be a good mother. Yes, you are. But if you are married, you need to put your husband above your children. And just like I need to put you above everything else. But if I just let it slide that I love you a little bit more, I'm going to give you a pass on not loving me the way that I want to be loved. And that's the problem that we want to call out, is don't feel like just because I love you, maybe I love you a little bit more. Maybe my desire for you is a little bit more, but that doesn't mean you don't get to listen to me. That doesn't mean you don't get called out, right? That doesn't mean you're doing it all right all the time. Because sometimes you need to be able to listen when you think you got it all together, when you think that list that you have in your head and the list that you're working off of is all great, but I call you out and I say, hey, listen, I love what you're doing over here, but for me, I'm feeling a deficit. And I think that is what I'm trying to get at. Don't feel like that love covers everything and you get to just go on merrily and just operate in the land in your head, and don't get to, tweak and change and do things differently.
So,
you know what?
Oh, sorry, Black. Apologies.
Yeah. So we did a men's panel about what can men do different in 2023, right? My response was, we need to learn to love more. I said that at that time. So what I'm doing today is I'm standing by my statement. I have to stand by my statement with that. Now, as far as men loving women more than they do love us, I don't agree with that. I do agree that men have to learn to love more. Not more than this or that, but just men. As men, we have to learn to love more. We have to be more intentional. We have to provide more security. The thing about it, this is the cheat code to relationships, to be honest with you, in my opinion. If a man can provide this level of security that a woman needs, then that is the cheat code to have a woman do whatever it is you need her to do. She'll walk to the end of the earth for you, as long as your intention to her is pure, as long as you're honest about how you feel, you're not taking her for a ride, you're not giving her any game. She's willing to do whatever it takes for you. But we as men are not doing enough to show that intention, to show that we care, to show that we love, that we're not doing enough on our end. So when we talk about that in a men's panel, what can we do different in 2023? That's what I was referencing. As men, we have to lead with that. Love is an intentional word, what you're going to do, what you're about for that person. So let's be intentional with using the word love. Let's be intentional with how we feel about our women and be honest with ourselves and with our women, and they'll do anything we want. So everything you were talking about, the servitude, the nurturing, the cooking, whatever case, if you treat a woman the way she wants to be treated, she needs to be treated, then she's going to do all those things for you. That's just my opinion. But I'm agreeing with what you guys are saying. I'm agreeing with Shawn and with Kojo, but it's just the wording. You know what I'm saying? It's the wording for me. It's not cap, bro. It's the wording for me. It's leaving that part out about women loving more than women. We just need to learn to love more as men. That's what I'm saying.
For president.
I'm gonna call cap on that. Absolute cap. And I'll tell you why. On that men's panel we're talking about, if we're talking about again, wording is very important. I'm a stickler for word. If I need to show my love more, that doesn't mean I love you more. There's a big difference. If I need to work on showing, I know the ladies might not like it. I'm a stickler for words. When it comes to men doing it, I call it out. So I'm calling out the women. I'm a stickler for words because it's important, because it means something. Words mean something. To show love more, it is not to love the person more. If there's a deficit in terms of how I show love, that doesn't mean I need to love you more. It means I need to show it better. You know what I'm saying? So that has to be very, very clear. And secondly, hey, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not in the bracket where I need to show women love more. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not in that bracket. I'll be honest with you. I'm not in that bracket. If that's what other men are doing for you girls, that's fantastic. I think you need to choose better. And I think men need to choose better as well when it comes to women. I'm not in that bracket. And I'm not complaining about women loving me more either, because I'm not in that bracket when it comes to women loving me more or me loving them more. My thing is problematic terms, and this whole argument is a good argument. I really think it's a really important argument and conversation. I know some people might not like it, but I think it's great, because these are the kind of things that happen in relationships, and they kind of get played out without it actually being said. And this is exactly it. See, this kind of comment is exactly what we're talking about. Who hurt me? No one hurt me.
Can you explain not in that bracket, Kojo? I didn't understand what you meant.
How do you mean? Which part?
You said you're not in that bracket. What did that mean?
I'm not in the bracket. I need to show you more love. I show a lot of love.
Oh, you're saying you show enough
I'm
love.
trying to what Corey said. Corey said obviously men need to show more love, and I'm saying I'm not in that bracket. I show a lot of love.
Love is listening. You ain't listening.
No, I'm listening. Whoa. Pause, because you haven't listened to what I've said.
No, I heard you. I actually agree with you. I agree with you actually, and I don't mind. I don't mind actually rephrasing kind of how we're saying it based on what Corey said and what you said. I don't mind. I heard you.
So, and I if you heard me, then you would understand what I was saying, right? Because I'm not denying what you guys have said. I said specifically hit on a specific point. And I'm saying this is exactly like the conversation we're talking about men. Please don't choose us if we're ugly to you. Again, when we put our point across, it's like we're doing too much. But we're trying to tell you, listen, that doesn't work for us. And actually, going back to my original point I was going to make, cway, when you gave your example of where that phrase came from, it came from a negative instance. It didn't come from a positive one. When you explained where that phrase, a man should love a woman more, when you explained it, you gave an example that was negative, which proved my point that it doesn't come from a positive place that a man should love a woman more. It comes from a very toxic place.
I wouldn't call that toxic. I think it's about it's about
negative,
helping women navigate their choices and their relationships, like how how men tell men what type of women they should look out for. We're told also what type of relationships that we should look out for. So I wouldn't say that's necessarily a toxic place, but I would meet in the middle about what Corey said. I don't think it's really about loving more. I think that's the phrase that we have used, but I think it's about men actually showing love in the way that is healthy, in the way that women can understand it, in the way it meets us, in an appropriate way in a relationship. I think that's what it's about. But I think because men often don't show that type of love and affection, we have coined the phrase loving more when maybe that's just loving. And maybe the better conversation is, why aren't so many men showing women love to that degree that it feels equal? I'm not saying 50-50 equal, but I'm talking about the love feels equal, that we feel that we need to say that. I think that's like the pivot in the conversation. I think that actually is where we move the conversation forward, because I think that's the problem. Because I don't think most women, I know the women on this panel don't want to say, hey, we want to have all the love and we want you guys to be secondary and you worship the ground we walk on. And that's not what we're saying. Or I'll speak for myself.
Can we sum it up? Can we sum it up then as to saying that we need to reword the phrase that we are using, because that's basically what Kojo has been saying. And so can we just figure out a way, if we're going to use this phrase, something like you need to find a man that shows you the love that you desire, or something into that regards, so we can just, because that's what Kojo's argument is the wording that we are actually using.
I love that.
How we say it. So if we just change how we say it and we move on to start saying it something better that fits our personal situations a little bit better, then maybe we can get
Jay for president too. Sounds great.
Get it.
Yeah, I love that. That makes perfect sense to me.
Because I think you guys are both arguing the same thing. It's just a matter of the wording that it was on. So
yeah.
And you know what? This wouldn't have been an argument if they just listened to me in the first place. I'm petty like that. If they listened to me in the first place, they would have agreed in the first place. I'm just saying, I'm a bit petty. But y'all, that's what I've been saying from the very beginning. And none of you were telling me I wasn't listening, but y'all weren't listening. That's what I said.
Absolutely not, Coach.
Change the
You just said
phrasing.
it tonight, too. So
Right.
that's why I got it. That's why I got it. When you said it tonight, and you and Corey
we was in the trenches together now.
Now you being toxic, Kojo.
Right.
I
Kojo
think,
gotta be toxic. Let him have his toxic moment.
What I think.
I'm sorry. That was paid. That's paid. I'm learning. I'm growing.
What I think this was a good example of is you gotta talk through it. You know what I mean? And each person has to be willing to hear in order to get to a place of understanding. And I think some of the comments like, oh, we're hurt. Like just because we disagree doesn't mean somebody's in pain. Like if I don't like what I'm hearing, I'm going to express it. And the same for cway, the same for Jay, or anybody else has a differing opinion. It doesn't have to come from a place of hurt. We need to hear each other. And sometimes if I feel passionately about something, cway or whomever else feels passionately about something, it takes a lot to get you to change or to look at it differently because we're so used to doing things a particular way. And we've built our lives around it saying, this is why it makes sense. And then you back into that other example. So you need to kind of go through it a little bit to get to a better outcome, because ultimately we want balance. And that phrase that Jay shared, right? Find you a partner, find you a man that loves you the way you desire to be loved. There's balance in there, right? And it's less tipped like, oh, they need to love you more, which sounds like less effort on your part. So thank you, Jay. Thank you, Black. Thank you for everybody who, came in and tried to find a way to get this point closed.
Yeah, man. You know how we do, man. It's all good.
You already know this, gang. I appreciate you guys for arguing respectfully. Next topic.
Now, because I need a drink. I got a headache.
Jay's like, this is giving flashbacks to America. But no, next
Triggered.
Thank you, chocolate cheesecake, because I definitely brought the conversation to a nice middle ground. I appreciate your acknowledgement.
No, this is us, man. This is us. We like to have mature conversations here. The next the next person we talk about, sometimes I'm petty, but the next person we're talking about is Morgan, and I think this is a good segue. I think it's a great segue since we had that argument. I think it's a great segment with Morgan, Tony, and Marcia. Shame Marcia had to go home.
This is where we got men loving a woman more. So
there we go. Exactly, Jay. Look at Tony. Look at all this love Tony
showing. What's happening? He's on toxic as number 1. Okay. What you guys think? Tony, Morgan, what y'all think? What y'all think about Tony and Morgan, huh? Talk to me, Tony Morgan. What y'all think? That's somebody who's more petty than I am, by a long shot. Who's going to go first? Line them up.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Sherlicka Holmes. Thank you.
Sherlicka on the case. Listen, I really don't know what to say about these two, but to each his own, and they get what they deserve at the end. Because if he heard this whole story, even though he ain't got no hair, of how she did what she did, and he still want to try to run with it over Marcia. You're sitting there with Marcia, who is giving you very decent answers and all this, but you tell your friend, so you choosing Morgan? Like, what are you talking about? Like, are you serious right now? So you just got rid of a very great candidate. I didn't see anything that Morgan did wrong. Maybe I missed something outside of her situation with Blue and the kid thing. But does Tony have kids before I say that? I don't remember. I don't think he have kids or whatever and stuff like that. So it, to me, worked out fine. And if he had a kid, she was still saying she was willing to give a child to him. And Morgan talking about, she'd never raised a kid, but she was somebody auntie. Listen, okay, whoever had left your kid with her, I hope you guys seen this episode and reevaluate your babysitting situations and stuff, and go ahead and put a little extra money in, because y'all having a child gonna be practicing arsony soon and stuff. So y'all might want to go ahead and work on that and get y'all funds. Y'all might want to go fund me or something. I don't know what y'all got to do to get you some daycare, but Morgan is not it. Tony, I already told y'all from the beginning, something's off with that man. So if he's choosing Morgan, it is what it is. To each his own. That's all I can say to it. hopefully she can't find something she can get away with online to hurt him in the end when she find out he playing around and this, that, and the third. Did he have oh yeah, thank God he didn't have a woman friend too, like the other two, because if he'd have brought a woman friend, oh my God, it would have been all bad. Because as soon as she came up and seen Marcia there and was already mad that it was another woman that she knew was going to potentially be there, is there. If he had a woman friend, oh my God, only imagine what would be the case. So I really don't know what to say for half of these couples right now. My face is saying it all right now. I'm sorry. And I'm just not impressed. Seriously.
Thank you very much, Jay. Who would like to go next? Go on, JR. Go on, JR.
Yeah, I'll say I agree with you, Jay. If Tony still is making an informed decision on Morgan, then he can only get what he's gonna get, and he's now lost Marcia as his other connection. So Morgan has got what she wanted, which is his sole focus to be on her, because there's nobody else for him. And meanwhile, she's still got Lyndon buzzing around. Whether she's into him truly or not, he's still there. And that's when it's going to get to a place of confrontation potentially, because like Tony's feeling her, Lyndon's feeling her, and she wanted Tony to step up his intensity and his interest. Now he's got no choice but to do that. But like I said at the time, a few weeks ago, if she's not prepared to do the same thing, then it's kind of like what you guys were just talking about. Like, this guy's going to be going in harder for her than she is really for him. So, like Morgan's demeanor, still talking about the Nair incident, Nairgate, as they called it. At least Lyndon's friend pointed him in the right direction and said, yo, listen, that's a huge red flag, bro. Like, if you're asleep or whatever, like, if you take her off, aren't you scared about it going left? And it doesn't matter if it's a strong enough connection for it to last to the end of the show in this case, because this is real life we're talking about. If she gets peeved or pissed off at anything, I'm not saying she would do it to Lyndon specifically, but after hearing that type of story, if you still want to go through 100% on her and you're still sold on her amongst all the other women that are there, then I can't really have any sympathy for you. None. So yeah, we'll just have to see how Morgan plays it. Is she going to choose Lyndon, who she's been asking to pursue her more, and now she's got what she wants because he has no other connections? Or is she going to keep toying with Lyndon, thinking that he's the sexiest one in out of all the guys, and that's going to obviously rub Tony the wrong way. So we'll have to see how he handles that form of rejection, because it will be rejection, because she's led him up to believe that if he focuses on her, then she's going to reciprocate. If she doesn't, then it's a wrap for that.
Go for it, Faye. Thank you.
There's like a piece of me that just really feels like this whole Nairgate is just something they came up with and they just riding it out. I don't know. I just can't possibly think that she thinks this is cute, this is funny, this is normal. This is like, it could be true. I don't know, but I don't know. I just feel like it's for TV. Regardless, I definitely think Morgan is giving off the toxic, really pretty, I can get away with anything type of vibes. And I think it like matches up really well with Tony, because he kind of has that, he wants to conquer. He wants to, be the person to tame her a little bit. And she kind of plays into that, like, oh, I can be submissive to you if you do this. And he's like, yeah, I can do it for you. And like, that little thing they have going back and forth. So I think, he's toxic too, like has some of the toxic ways with the machismo vibes or whatever. And that's kind of how they, you know, that's how they vibe. Obviously, like, not a good match, but probably the best match for this particular show, unfortunately. This is a little bit off topic, but I'm just wondering why they had the women bring the exes and then they had the men bring the friends. Because I don't think they're gonna have another episode where they bring back exes of the men. So I don't. That's odd to me. Why they did that, but
they alternate every season. So last season it was the men's turn to bring their exes, and the women brought their friends.
I see. I didn't even catch that. And I've been watching this show. So, hey, wow. Well, interesting. So, I mean, the other thing I was going to mention is, like, Lyndon is obviously not a viable candidate for Morgan. Like, she's obviously just like playing around with him, you know, kind of like cat and mouse type of thing. I'm not interested in that storyline at all. But I will say, I think Tony and Morgan, their energies kind of match in a little bit of that toxicity. And then I think Tony, I saw the clips where he's like, oh, I kissed her a few times. How do you feel about that? And I'm just like, you get no cool points for that for me, because like Lyndon's obviously like the weaker link. And then you're like flexing on the weaker link man. Like, I don't think that's cute. If he was a different type of guy, I don't think he would pull that at all. And Lyndon is pretty chill and a cool guy. And I don't like that. That's not cool to me. And you get no cool points, Tony. Sorry. But they can go together and run off into the toxicity sunset. That's it.
Listen, so Morgan is fine. I'm sorry. And I told cway the other day, I'm like, I'm bald, so she can nair my head. It ain't gonna do much or nothing. So she be looking good. So
y'all get in the comments and call him toxic.
I'll be toxic because she fine. She that thing was staying in them pants, them little pants she had on. And I mean, it wasn't even like the pants was tight. I'm like, yo, I might have to have some selective outrage, as Chris Rock says. I might have some selective outrage and
Shawn, be careful for Abby's sake. For Abby's sake, Shawn. Shawn, for Abby's sake, please be careful. For Abby's sake, please be careful.
Oh no, she messed with my dog. We gonna have some problems.
But that's her thing. She goes after things. She going after the thing that's most important to you. She nared that man's hair because that was most important to him, Shawn. Now,
yeah, so
careful.
That's a good point.
Abby
will be in doggy daycare when we have our dates.
Listen,
when Auntie Morgan comes over.
If you value your eyebrows,
Abby will be at the pet resort. Good point.
That's what she's gonna take off. She's gonna take off the eyebrows or the beard, bro. She's not gonna nail your hair. Like, there's not. That's already gone. She's gonna go for what you prize the most. So if you have your beard, your goatee, your eyebrows, anything like that you care about, that's what's gonna be gone.
Look, all of that stuff grows back so fast. You know, I'll get it, you know, it'll be over and done with, and the hair will grow back so fast.
Arena Bobbit.
Oh, now
speak on it, sir. Speak on it. Speak on it, sir.
We starfishes, but we're not that kind of starfish.
Now, wait a second now.
Listen, she'll hide your glasses, Shawn. She'll do, you know.
Listen, the glasses can be easily replaced, but you know, I hear what y'all are saying. Maybe not. Maybe a short time, not a long time.
Don't let her know where you live, okay? Just don't let her.
Oh, listen, I'm listening and learning. Maybe if I just learn to love her the way she desires to be loved, you know, I love her a little bit more. She don't even know what love is, Shawn.
So we won't have these problems. She don't even know what love is, Shawn.
I'm gonna love her more, so we won't run into these issues. I'm willing to do that for her.
Shawn, don't do it. Shawn, in that case, don't do it because that man loved her more. Remember, he wanted the relationship.
No, he didn't, but he was out partying in the club. Remember, that's what he didn't learn. He was out partying in the club with his best whomever.
But he loved her more. He wanted the relationship. That's not the way you do it for, Shawn. That's the wrong way you do it. See, you going all the way to the wrong side.
You know, he slipped up.
Jay, you're missing the best point.
He wasn't honest with her.
What's the best point?
Y'all better stop talking about my dog in the hypothetical sense.
The best point is, you see how Shawn is willing to love you more, love the girl he wants the most more? See, Faye caught it. Y'all caught that T? You see the one he really want. He really to love you more. He licking his lips, talk about I'll let Abby go ball for all that. Wow.
No Abby defamation now. I'm a dog.
The girl said, "Listen, you ain't gonna have us like that.
You gonna draw his line.
My money, my house, and my car, but not my dog."
Listen, definitely don't let her feed the dog, because right, if she knows you care about the dog, don't let her feed the dog. That's the type of person you're dealing with.
Listen, we ain't about to love Morgan any more than she needs to be loved. If you end up loving her more, that's your fault. You deserve the nail in your hair.
Don't put no we up in there.
I ain't trying to be up there. What we're trying to smash is not what we're trying to love. Please don't confuse us too.
No. Don't put we in there. Shawn clearly said what he said. Shawn said what he said.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm not trying to love her. That's ridiculous. I know it's gonna end bad. I know you are, Joe. Don't worry. But the girls got.
Shawn was willing to pay extra daycare fees for Abby to do what he got to do.
Now,
listen, when it comes to SEX,
I would certainly.
When it comes to sex, men gonna do a lot. We gonna do the most.
Then when she got your whole house key from making a copy, somehow she got it. Don't ask her. She got a key copier in her purse.
She gonna be sitting in the corner of the room waiting for you with a glass of wine.
Single black female on you.
She's gonna be sitting there like, so what time is this, Shawn? What time is this, Shawn? I wouldn't play with it. Your dog ain't safe, bro. Your dog ain't safe. Who's next? Poor Abby. I feel like she's been the brunt of our jokes. Poor dog. Who's next? Who hasn't spoken on this? Oh, y'all don't.
Can somebody talk on the fact that she got a 2-year plan with all the craziness and never been in love?
That's very true. I thought it's because of the fact that she's almost 40 and she thought to herself, she's only got 2 years before it becomes too much. You know what I mean? That's what I thought.
Don't that go back to almost saying the same thing Blake was saying? He just translated in the very wrong way, though.
What about the kid that she did anything to? Yeah. No, that'd be it. Yeah, at any cost. And that's exactly what he was saying, because it would be at any cost. Yeah.
I know, but I think he was saying she would pick anybody. She's saying the one she wants to put on a 2-year plan. I think that's the difference. She's not just picking anybody for the 2-year plan.
But she said Lyndon, she's talking to Lyndon at that specific time. And,
yeah, but that's cap for Lyndon. You know good and well she don't want Lyndon.
No, we can only go by what we see. If it is cap, then okay, she leading him on, right? But fact of the matter is, she said it to Lyndon. She didn't say that to. Wait, did she say that to Tony? Because the thing is, there's nothing wrong with having a 2-year plan when everybody else's plan is 5 years. But you need to find someone that aligns with that, because she may be thinking about the biological clock and all the rest of it. But if the relationship foundation isn't right, then it doesn't matter how fast you want to do it or how long you want to do it, until the relationship fundamentals are there, i.e. mutual attraction, reciprocity, love, and all the other different good stuff that we expect in a relationship. You can't rush those things. If the connection doesn't happen to lead to those points, you don't want to end up with a baby father that doesn't care and gifting people babies and stuff that they're not ready for. So you have to take the time to find the right person, especially if you've waited all this time. There's no point throwing all that time away now. Like, focus on trying to find the connection that you can build that family with. And that's why I think she did take offense to what Blake said, because it.
But let's be honest, is she really giving intentionality to anybody on here? Like, seriously, me saying I got 2 years to spare with anybody, whoever I talk to or whatnot. So I could kind of see, I'm not saying that Blake was right because he put 10 on 2 when he said it. but I could see why he got that vibe. Like, you're not serious. You're not moving with intention on this thing.
Exactly. And look at it. Like I said, she said to Tony, basically, she wants him to be more intentional with her. And it really gets on her nerves that he's still entertaining other women on the show where they all have options. So that's her signaling to him. She wants more intention. Is she giving it back to him, though? Is she saying to Lyndon, look, Lyndon, we've run our course. As cute as you may be, as chill as you may be, Tony is who she decides to go after. She hasn't said that yet. So at the end of the day, I do detect from her 2-year plan, I don't think that's a well thought out plan. I think that sounds like a rush job. And if you rush something, you're probably going to regret it if it doesn't work out well. And for the guys, if you do encounter that type of situation where you have somebody who's proudly professed to harming or embarrassing, because going to work with patches in your hair is not going to be cool when you take this woman off. All right, having your friends and family see you 1 minute with your flowing locks or your glistening beard or whatever it is, and then the next day you have to explain why you're walking around without those things, and it's because your woman did it to you. Like, that's going to be a pretty humiliating thing to go through. So if you're going to have kids or family with anybody like that, be careful, because you're tied to that person long term. The kid's not going to go away once it arrives. You're going to have to stay there and work together with that person to make the relationship work. So I definitely noticed that 2-year plan when she said it, and it was an eye opener. It should have been an eye opener for Lyndon as well. He should have been like, negate and 2-year plan when my plan is 5 years. Yeah, we're not compatible. But I don't think he has that strength, or he may not be taking the process so serious.
Love that point. Black, you sure you don't want to say anything? Guess not. All right. Anyone else got any points add on Morgan and Tony Marcia's situation? Personally, I think Tony is toxic as well. Tony, if you're watching this, because I know you do, I appreciate you, but you're toxic. Because there's no way you telling me that he had a smile on his face after Morgan and Marcia conversation. That's when I knew that you like her toxicity. You like her madness. You like the little bit of the play. It incites you a little bit. You know what I mean? Yeah. Don't worry. Come join the club. It's toxicity. Don't worry. Come join the club, sir. Okay. He likes a little bit of that toxicity. So for me, yeah, that it should have been a clear-cut choice. He should have put his stakes on Marcia, but Marcia doesn't excite him the way that Morgan does, and that's the problem. But I think Morgan speaks to his toxicity a little bit too much. I think after she told you she might hurt you, you should have been quitting. After the Nair situation, you should have been running. Rahinin. And the fact that we don't necessarily 100% know, could have been editing, but he didn't tell his boy about the story. Yeah, I'm looking at you some way, bro, because you know what? This goes to my point when I talk about situationships, how people ended them. When people don't want to tell people, you know, why certain information, because you know what's going to happen if you tell them information, they're going to judge the situation. Yeah, you started already going down the wrong path. Okay, all right. So yeah, Tony ain't gonna wake up with Nair in his hair and not do anything about it. That's gonna end badly. I don't think they need to be in a relationship. Yeah, I don't think they should be going any further. But Tony likes the games, so you know, if you play games, you might get dumb prizes, and that's the whole point. You know, yes, Tony is focused on winning over Lyndon. That's a good point. Tony just wants to win in general. He's got a bit of an ego. If he can admit that to himself, he'll go a long way. He's got an ego, and he just wants. You can see him. He just wants to win. He just wants to win. Get to the end. Get the girl. Doesn't necessarily need the girl. Just wants to win. Yeah, I think that's his. He thinks wants to win. All right, cool. Anyone else for the last point on that before I shift it? Okay. Last part then is Anthony, Cynthia, and Anthony, Cynthia, Symone,
Mercedes.
Thank you. I was going to forget that name. What's you guys' thoughts on this? Because obviously Anthony's friend said Cynthia is the best bet, and I actually really like that. Mercedes, I don't know what she was shucking and jiving on there, jucking and jiving, whatever you lot call it. She was doing a whole lot of interpretation, but then she finally came to the end and actually said it. She can't do Anthony. But then I was like, baby, so what you talking about being a stepmom for? What you talking about being a stepmom? She said, I want to have kids. If that means stepmom, adopting. I said, baby, the guy right there has kids. You can stepmom onto that right there. Stop lying to yourself, sis. You ain't. Do you know what reality is? She don't like Anthony enough. She does not like Anthony enough to even think about being a stepmom. That's the real answer. She's not that she don't want being a stepmom. It's the fact that you don't like Anthony enough to even want to be in that position. And you know what? Fair play. All right. But just don't be adding the whole I could be a stepmom to it when you know the guy there wants to be a stepmom and you haven't told him the truth. The truth is you just don't like him like that. Do you know what I mean? You only got eyes for Marc Anthony. So yeah, what's your guys' thoughts on Anthony, Cynthia, Symone, Mercedes? What's your thoughts on that, guys? You guys are gonna look at me like that.
Okay.
Be staring at me looking all handsome and pretty. Oh my god.
All right. Let me set the pace. Right. So I think you're right about Mercedes. I thought that connection with Mercedes and Anthony was finished a few weeks ago. I mean, I don't know why they still keep clinging on. Anthony has Cynthia and Mercedes has Marc Anthony. So maybe it's a way to just, stay on the show, have a few more connections, a few more people voting for you in the lounges. But she made it quite clear that she was so-called intimidated by Anthony, and she wasn't ready for that stepmom life. You know, she did actually said that. So I call cap on what she was saying today, in the last episode, because Anthony is, from what we've seen, by all stretch of the imagination, he seems to be quite a decent guy, but he's just not on the same wavelength as her at this moment, and she's, they're not aligned like that. Now, at the dinner table, what I noticed was, who was it? I think it was Mercedes, who kind of came off very, I won't say quiet, but she wasn't over the moon to be there. Like, I didn't get the excitement there that I would assume would be there if she was really feeling him. So yeah, I think Anthony and Cynthia for me make a better match. It seemed like that could work, whereas Mercedes I think is just not a third wheel but a backup plan, and I don't really see how that works. Similarly with Symone, I don't know why Anthony and Symone keep trying to rekindle this thing that never got started in the first place. It's not there. And even when he said, look, she said, he's never told me that he likes me, and he said, he turned around and he goes, look, Symone, I like you. And then in his little confessional, he said, listen, I've told her this. I've even been more intentional about her. So for me, the spark isn't sparking between him and Symone. It's not between him and Mercedes. Cynthia is the way to go for Anthony.
Thank you very much, Cap. Who let's go next? Who's brave enough to take the baton and say their piece? And let us know. Go on, Faye.
I'll just go ahead and go.
Thank you, Faye. We appreciate you.
Anthony doesn't like anyone here. I think everyone knows this at this point. Symone, no. If you have to ask, if you have to do all of that to find out if someone's interested, they're not interested. Mercedes, she doesn't want to deal with kids. She feels like he's too established. She has a lot going on. She's not interested. He's not really interested. And then the last pairing would be him and Cynthia. I just feel like, it makes kind of sense a little bit, but I don't think that, she's kind of had this stance that she wants to rest in her femininity. She wants to be softer. I don't know if that's the right matching for someone who's looking for that. She might be looking for something a little bit more, you know, I think she's seeking more of the emotional support. I don't know if she's going to get that with an Anthony. But I think for all intents and purposes for the show, then that would be the best choice. But I also don't think he's really that into her either. He's just kind of there on the show playing the game, which is kind of a gripe that I have with this show, to be honest with you. It's like the setup and the production of the show is just not conducive to finding love. And then it's just, I don't know. There's just so many things that are contrived now because people want to stay on the show for the sake of staying on the show because you don't want to get kicked off. And then there's some casting issues, I think, with compatibility from the very beginning. So for all intents and purposes, they will be a match, but I don't think Anthony really likes anyone on this show. And I think it shows with his actions, and he's just here to ride it out to the end. So.
Thank you, Faye. Appreciate it. Social.
Yeah, I'm kind of struggling because I don't know that I see a connection, you know, and then you know, with Tony and Cynthia, I definitely don't really see a connection with Tony and Suanne. I guess the Mercedes thing was kind of like one of those things that, you know, I thought. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, and again, just did Mercedes meet Tony's friends too? No, right? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. Not that we saw anyway.
Yeah. So with Cynthia and and Suanne, I don't know. I just don't see a connection, you know, with either one of them. You know, I think Cynthia maybe likes him a little, but I don't see like a whole lot of romance. Maybe it's romance I don't see in their connections. So that's where I stand with them. Anthony, I'm sorry. I didn't mean Tony. I meant Anthony.
He met her ex, not her friend, but her ex. He did meet the ex.
He met Mercedes' ex, right? Yeah. But didn't meet Anthony's friend. Now,
No,
Anthony's friend was a woman, right? Was his a woman?
She met him. She met her. Mercedes met her. Yeah.
So now I'm confused again.
Yeah, Mercedes met his friend.
So yeah, that's what I'm confused about then. Like,
so he met her ex and she met her friend.
So but I thought that they weren't together. Or I thought that they had established that they weren't going to be.
It's about Mercedes. It's about Suanne.
Mercedes
met. Yeah, he met her ex and she met his friend.
Right, but that's. I'm confusing y'all and me, Danny. I'm confused because I thought very early in my mind, you know, when they had that date like weeks ago, and she said she felt intimidated. For me, I hadn't really seen much of them getting on, so it threw me off to understand, like, are they back again connected? Like, I thought the relationship had just went its own way. So I guess that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't see Anthony having any connections romantically with any of these ladies, is my point. And the Mercedes thing kind of threw me off because I didn't even think she was an option. If that's more clearer than what I said the first time.
Thank you for confusing us, Shawn. We appreciate it. Who's next?
My bad.
Morgan got into your head. That's the problem. She done jumbled up your brain up in there. Anyone else want to share their thoughts on this? Anyone else want to share their thoughts? we have come to the 4-hour mark, so we're gonna have to bring this to a close. So if no one else has ended it, okay, great. If no one's gonna add extra, we have to bring to a close because it has reached the 4-hour mark. Shawn, give us a benediction because we've reached 4 hours. I've gone over the time. My bad.
Yeah, so I think, listen, we had a great conversation tonight, right? And I think the biggest takeaway was to listen to one another, and most importantly, to have balance in your relationships. You know, balance and reciprocity makes for a successful, long-term, loving relationship. Ultimately, you know, listen, we talked about it earlier as well. If you live in a glass house, please don't start throwing boulders at nobody else, right? You know, pick that, you know, splint out of your own eye before you pulling the log out of someone else's, right? You know, we need to be very clear before we start throwing out terms, calling people names, saying anything about somebody's character. We need to make sure is our character in check, and that's so important. And when it comes to romantic connections, when it comes to successful romantic relationships, we need to make sure that we are loving the person the way that they want to be loved, and vice versa, because that makes for success, right? We can't do what grandma said to do and what pappy said to do. We got to do what the person that we're in love says to do. And that's going to lead to a greater, healthier, loving, long-lasting relationship. Back to you, Coach.
Thank you very much, Shawn. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, sorry. Thank you so much for joining us. Listen, don't forget to like the live as well. We appreciate you guys. We're going to be back here tomorrow. And you know what the topic I want to choose? Should men love women more? This is the topic I'm going to choose. You see, me, I like to choose carnage. And I think this is going to be a great conversation. So listen, tomorrow, come with, come with your debate. I'm joking. But no, tomorrow I think it would be a good conversation. Someone asked me to do a video on it, but I thought it's even better. I think we should have an actual discussion with the men about it. We have different points of view. Men can agree, disagree. I know we have different points. And I think we should discuss it. You know what I mean? I think we should discuss it. I think it's an important topic. And then Tuesday night, we can have the ladies and the men talk about the subject, and the women can actually come and have their say, and they can explain to us appropriately why they feel like, you know, that's a different type. You know what I mean? So, you know, we're gonna have that conversation. So go away, do your research. Okay, go Google it, put it in Quora or whatever you guys use. Okay, type it in there. All right, and get some answers for us, so that by Tuesday night you lot come back on with some different answers. Agreeing with us, which you already did from the very beginning. Sorry, I'm very petty. But we will see you guys again. It's a married folks topic. Kenya said, how do we get to marriage? So how do we get to marriage? We have to talk about it before we get to marriage, isn't it? You know, some of you are on your way, innit? You get me? All right, cool. So I didn't do a one quiz today, so let me do one quiz, because you know these people they'll be calling me brokey by the end of the night again, and toxic and triggered. So let me do the quiz for them today. All right, I got a quiz for you guys. Got to choose one thing. I got to do. Where's my notes? I don't think I made any notes today, boy, about the show. So okay, let's add the quiz. So the $5 quiz for the Cash App. Someone said I should increase it to 10. Oh, before I do, someone super panel. True Love Forever gave us $50 for the conversation. She loved it. It was grown. It was mature. We had men and women talking their issues out, not killing each other, not cussing each other out. Loved it. Great conversation. This is where you need to be. Okay. All right. And then we have Feel Good said it shouldn't be a tussle. I think the women and men both want to feel loved and secure in their relationship. Love is an action. So show the action. You know what? Feel Good. I love that point. Come on tomorrow night. We want to see more men talking and giving their points of view as well. And let me do the quiz now. Okay. I'm going to keep it nice and short. I don't even know what I'm going to say because I don't remember half my notes of what these people were saying. So let me think of something in my head real quick. Okay, cool. Here's a question. Real quick, panel cannot join because they're going to hear the question before anyone else. Another day I'll include you guys in this. So the question is for the $5 cash app transfer, and Miss Ione, I still owe you, so I need to send it to you today. So I'll send it tonight. For the $5 cash app, the question is real simple. Who were they talking about when they said she gave me friend vibes on today's episode? First answer gets the $5 cash app. Da, 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 da. This orange is sweet, cuz. Danny M, you won. I feel like Danny M always wins on. I don't know, it's just because I see her name all the time. But Danny M, you won. So send me your cash app. Send me an email, actually, or if you can put it in the chat right now, if you feel comfortable, put it in the chat, and I'll send you the $5 tonight. I need to send Miss Ione hers as well. Actually, to be honest, I haven't done it, so I'm going to do it today. Send me your cash app, and I'll send you the $5 as well. All right. I appreciate you guys. All right, cool. Listen. We appreciate you guys tonight. You came out 700 and a bit strong today, okay? Listen, you lot are turning it up more and more each week, and I appreciate that. We're going to be back here again next week for another great episode. We're here tomorrow as well. Back on Thursday night for Mad at First Sight. Tuesday night is open panel. Listen, we've got great content coming for you all week as well, okay? So we appreciate Haitian Empress says she appeared before Danny M. Unfortunately, in my one, you don't. You don't. It doesn't work the same way, unfortunately. Sorry. But yeah, we're going to see you very, very soon. And love, hope, and appreciation. But you know what? You know I can't leave you without something, because you were going to leave here with something. You know
I'm
this.
leaving here with something. You know what I mean? I'm from around the way. I'm leaving with something.
I'm leaving here with something, guys. I'm from around the way. Much appreciation, guys. Much love.